than the Blue Jay hitters. They had a tough road trip, hitting just .226 and hitting only 4 home runs on the road trip. But, Pat, tonight they go up against a pitcher that they've really hit hard in this ballpark in A.J. Burnett.
They certainly have. A.J. Burnett came to the American League in 2006. He's won 64 games during that time, tying for the 8th most over that period. But when he comes to Rogers Center, it spooks him. Look at the numbers that he has put up against the Blue Jays. We all know about Burnett's great fastball. He's got one that can reach almost triple digits, a good curveball. But for me and A.J. Burnett, it seems like everything is the same speed. Everything is hard. We might see a different A.J. Burnett tonight.
We sure might. Last time out against the Baltimore Orioles, A.J. Burnett threw 14 changeups. That's a little different wrinkle. The Blue Jay hitters might have to make some adjustments against A.J. Burnett tonight. He is 0-3 in his last 6 starts here in this ballpark. Jamie?
Home. Jays on Rogers Sportsnet. Brought to you by your local independently owned home hardware or home hardware building center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
New York Yankees are in town to take on the Blue Jays. Let's take a look at Joe Girardi's lineup. They have been pounding the baseball out of the ballpark. 27 home runs. Derek Jeter leads it off for the 4th consecutive game. Girardi's still trying to find the right mix in this lineup. Granderson, Teixeira, and Robbie Cano. Cano's in the cleanup spot for a 2nd game. Alex Rodriguez out with a sore back and oblique. He is day-to-day. Nick Swisher, Eric Chavez, and Jorge Posada, the DH. Russell Martin off to a great start in his Yankee career. And the speedster, Brett Gardner, still trying to get on track with the bat.
Kyle Drabek is going to try and stop this losing streak. Jays are going to turn to the rookie pitcher to do that. He makes his 4th start of the season and his 2nd in his career against the New York Yankees. He lost to the Yankees last September. He gave up 3 runs in 6 innings in that game. So far this year, I think he's been outstanding. He started the only game the Jays won in Seattle last Wednesday. He pitched into the 6th inning, allowed 2 runs on 6 hits, but did not get the decision. Problem that he had in that game, he had 4 base on balls in 5 2/3 innings.
Defensively behind Kyle Drabek in the outfield, Snyder, Patterson, and Jose Bautista. Both Snyder and Bautista have 3 assists. Yunel Escobar and Aaron Hill up the middle. Jason Nix and Adam Lind at the corners. And Jose Molina, as he has done this season, is back behind the plate with Kyle Drabek. So we are set for action here at Rogers Center. Blue Jays are thrilled to be home after a 3-7 road trip. The captain, Derek Jeter, will lead things off for the Yankees. Jeter off to a slow start, .241 batting average. They mentioned he's in the leadoff spot. Joe Girardi still trying to find out what's the best combination in his batting order. First pitch strike at 94. That's the game plan from Jose Molina. Try to keep Kyle Drabek in the middle of the plate with that good moving fastball.
That's been the problem his first couple of starts of the season. Falling behind hitters and then having to battle. He did it out in Los Angeles against the Angels. He battled through a lot of pitches in that game. Same way in Seattle. He needs to attack a little bit more and cut down those pitches.
That'll flare into center field. That'll be a base hit for Jeter.
Tonight's scouting report for the Blue Jays starter Kyle Drabek is brought to you by Home Hardware. Homeowners helping homeowners. Drabek, strong arms. Everything is hard. No need to muscle up on anything because he's so strong. That's a 70. Scouting ratings on pitchers go from 20 to 80, and he's a 70 on everything that he has. A little bit more consistency is needed from Drabek in the early parts of a game.
Curtis Granderson takes a strike, and Drabek comes right back after giving up the base hit to Jeter. Granderson, one of 6 Yankees with 4 or more home runs. He's off to a good start with the power, but just like Jeter, not hitting for much of an average early on.
Made a little bit of a change in his style last year, and it really paid off. Remember when Granderson first came up, he was up on his toes. He really looked unbalanced at the plate. Had some big years for the Detroit Tigers, but now he looks like he's going to be a more consistent hitter. Better balance.
Kevin Long, the Yankees hitting coach, has really done a good job with Granderson, getting him closer to the plate. Just off the plate. He's also had him keep both hands on the bat and really got to go attack the baseball. Got a mini 4-game hit streak going right now, but they made the adjustment last August 18th, and he has hit 18 home runs since that date.
Joe Girardi said he was his 2nd best player last year down the stretch, behind Robinson Cano.
Pretty good combination when you've got Granderson and Cano as your best players, and Jeter, A-Rod, and Teixeira on your team. That's a pretty good combination. 2-2 to Granderson. Taken. It's a full count. Molina thought it was a good strike. Then he thought maybe there was a swing involved. Then in his conversation with the home plate umpire Ron Kolpa, they have to settle for a full count. Jeter at first. There goes Jeter. Pop foul out of play. Last time the Yankees faced Kyle Drabek, he got them to hit into 3 ground ball double plays in 6 innings. He had a double play in the 4th, double play in the 5th, and a double play in the 6th. So Joe Girardi opts to start the runner at first base.
Yankees aren't known to steal a lot of bases. That hasn't come into what they do offensively just yet.
Good snap throw. I tell you what, Drabek has got a quick move. Yankees only have 6 steals. They're the numbers we were talking about in his last start. 6 innings, 5 hits. He left trailing 3-1. There goes Jeter again. Adam Lind knocks it down, takes a hit away from Granderson. And Jeter was on the move. The only play he had was to go to the bag at first.
And that would have been a double play. A nice play by Lind over at first base. If they don't send the runner, and he still had thoughts of possibly throwing to second base, but watch where he catches the ball. Pops off, and he's right on that line. Derek Jeter is going to be right in his vision in his throw to second base, so he does the right thing, gets the out at first.
So Jeter is in scoring position with 1 out. Mark Teixeira, the switch hitter. And using that fastball very aggressively early. Teixeira's always had trouble when the Blue Jays can throw off-speed pitches. Very good fastball hitter. And off to a decent start. He's always been a very slow starter, but he has 5 home runs already.
You talk about the way the Blue Jays faced Teixeira last year. They threw him changeup after changeup after changeup. There was a game here last year where Mark Teixeira struck out 5 times in the game.
Ball on the strike. See that good late movement on the fastball. Takes it down out of the zone. Took a little off that pitch, and it too ran below the knees. 3 balls and a strike. 1 out here in the first inning. Derek Jeter singled to center to start things off. Has always had success against the Blue Jays. Nearly an RBI a game. Pops this one up. Jason Nix over near the foul line. This will be a fair ball, and Teixeira is retired. Blue Jays just back after a 10-game, 11-day road trip, and you can see the difference home and road. They went off on the road trip on a real high note. Won the first game on the road trip in Anaheim, but boy, after that it's been a disaster.
Had some really tough games on that road trip. Anaheim comes to mind, 14 innings. The loss in Seattle on Monday night. They just stopped hitting. They ran into some good pitching, but they just have stopped hitting. Averaging just over 3 runs a game. John Farrell knows it. He knows his pitchers have to pitch good games because the hitters haven't been hitting.
And it's tough on the pitchers. They try to pitch perfect games, and it's difficult to ask them to do that. 2 outs. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, riding a 9-game hit streak.
And Rakin during that 9-game hitting streak also up over 350 to raise that average to 310.
Fastball right in on his hands is fouled off. Cano stands right on top of the plate, and he's got a quick bat. Hit a home run Sunday night against Alexi Ogando of the Rangers on a fastball on the inner part of the plate. Just turned on it, hit a line drive bullet into the seats.
Such a different hitter than the one who came up with the Yankees. When he first came up, he was learning how to hit at the big league level, spraying the ball the other way. I remember Don Mattingly telling me, who was the hitting coach at that time for the Yankees, when he learns to turn on a ball, he's going to be superb. And he has certainly learned to do that. Turn on an inside pitch.
Well, he does it so well with his hands, not so much with his body. He keeps his body in a pretty good position, parallel to home plate, but boy, he uses his hands very effectively.
He's got great balance at the plate. He's got power to all fields. You try and slip a fastball in the inner half, he could really turn on it now.
2-1. Changeup. Great movement down and away. that pitch is going to get better and better for Graybeck as he gets a wider separation in velocity.
And there's no question that he has got outstanding stuff. The way he can make the ball go down and away like this against a good hitter. This is 87 miles an hour with good movement on it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 down in the first. Strike 3 call. Went to the back door with a fastball. Cano didn't like the call, but Graybeck gets out of the first. A good fastball catches the outside corner. Cano goes down. The Yankees strand the base runner. Five-game homestand. Blue Jays stand at 7-9. Untitled Escobar, top of the order. That's where he's been of late. Travis Snider is the big move in the lineup tonight. Because you put Snider ahead of Bautista, he might get a few fastballs tonight against A.J. Burnett. Then Bautista, Linden, Hill, middle of the order. Jose Molina moves up in the order to the 6th spot. Corey Patterson, Edwin Encarnacion, and Jason Nix round out the lineup.
A.J. Burnett is having another strong April for the Yankees. Since joining New York in 2009, he is undefeated. Got off to a great start last year, then faded, going 10-15. 1-3 versus the Jays last year. 3 losses. The Jays really roughed him up. ERA of about 14.5 against Toronto. A different pitcher, though, this year than the one we saw last year.
Untitled Escobar jumps on the first pitch and pulls it to short. High hop for Jeter. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Defensively for the New York Yankees, when you talk about the Yankees in defense, you know you've got a lot of Gold Glove winners. They're all over the field. Outfield, Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher. And then on the infield, Eric Chavez filling in for Alex Rodriguez. He's won 6 Gold Gloves. He was the best fielding third baseman when he was with the Oakland A's before he got hurt. Teixeira on the other side, and Russell Martin. He also has won a Gold Glove. That was back in 2007.
6 consecutive Gold Gloves for Eric Chavez with the Oakland Athletics. First pitch strike to Travis Snider. Yankees playing an unusual shift against Snider. We haven't seen this often against Travis. Cano is in shallow right. Curveball. 0-2.
Well, they know he's not going to bunt. That's not part of his game. You can see how deep Cano plays, and he can play a deep second base because he's got such a great arm. They might try and bust him in with fastballs or throw soft stuff away, trying to get him to hit it on the ground.
Just missed that outside corner with that curveball. A.J. Burnett winning his first 3 starts of the season for the first time in his career. Another curveball gets Snider.
A.J. Burnett's got an explosive fastball. The scatter report for the big right-hander of the New York Yankees. Big league heat. He can rush it up there if he wants to at 98 miles an hour. If he wants to reach back, he's got the sharp breaking ball. One of the best curveballs in all of baseball. One of the things they're trying to do with him is to go straight on towards home plate. He has a tendency of spinning out of his delivery. Now when he goes straight, he's more consistently in the strike zone.
Jose Bautista takes a fastball up and away for a ball. Bautista hit one of the 4 home runs the Blue Jays hit on the road trip. Swing and a miss. The ball on the strike. Bautista homered in the series finale in Seattle last Wednesday. A 3-run home run in the 8th inning. Production against Burnett. 0 for 9 with a couple of homers.
Long ones, too.
There's a long, deep drive to left field. Gardner will watch this one sail away. Home run, Jose Bautista.
He now has hit 3 home runs against A.J. Burnett in his career, and none of them are cheapies. He has that ability to hit anybody's fastball. He can turn around any fastball. They try to go up and in, and that's a mistake. This one right off the second deck in left field, a high arching drive to left field for Bautista's 4th home run of the season.
3 home runs and 10 at-bats against A.J. Burnett. Adam Lynn takes a fastball away. He liked that fastball. Look at those eyes light up.
You have to be so quick to be able to turn on a high inside fastball at 95, 96 miles an hour.
Adam Lynn drives this ball into center. He'll get down for a base hit. Anderson cuts it off. Well, we mentioned this combination might be a good one to wake up the Blue Jays bats.
They are good with fastballs. And A.J. Burnett is a fastball pitcher. This one right down Broadway. That's an easy ball to hit for Adam Lynn. A fastball about belt high, and it splits the plate.
Blue Jays lead it 1-0. Aaron Hill been swinging the bat very well of late. Six for his last 10 at the end of the road trip. Got off to a slow start, but things started to come around for him in Boston.
Even some of his outs that he was hitting at the latter stages of that road trip were hard. Line drives right at the third baseman and to the left fielder.
Pops this one into foul territory down the right field line. Nobody's going to get it. Bounces out of play. I asked him before the game how he felt at the play, and he said, you know, I feel so much better now. And it was a timing issue, Pat. He wasn't getting his foot down. We've talked a lot about that with Bautista, but Hill has used the same timing mechanism, and now it's starting to click for him.
Watch his front foot when he hits. He's got a little bit of a toe tap, meaning he lifts his toe and then puts it down before he starts to swing. That's his timing mechanism. It's got to get down sooner so he has balance to swing back.
0-2, breaking ball cut on and missed. Martin puts the tag on Hill, and he'll be retired. But the Blue Jays jump out in front. First inning home run by Jose Bautista. His 3rd career home run against A.J. Burnett comes on a high fastball. Home run number 4 for Bautista. 1-0 Jays. I'll be answering some questions later in the show. And the hashtag of the game is Beast Mode. Help the Blue Jays trend the word Beast Mode in Canada by attaching hashtag Beast Mode to all of your tweets tonight. And did you know the Blue Jays have over 32,000 followers on Twitter? And we're still in April. And the Blue Jays have a 1-0 lead. Kyle Drabek set to take on Nick Swisher. Switch hitting Nick Swisher. One of the few Yankees that hasn't gone deep yet. 27 home runs already this year. Right on the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike to lead off batter here in the second.
We all know about the Yankees' history and all the great power hitters that they've had. And you mentioned those 27 home runs that they've hit in 14 games. That's off to their best start ever. Isn't that hard to believe?
Yeah. It's there's so many great clubs, of course, and everybody talks about the 27 Yankees being the greatest team. The 2009 Yankees were very powerful. But this is the best start with the home runs the franchise has ever gotten off to. There's a leadoff walk, and that's not exactly what Drabek caught in his mind.
He gave up a single the first batter he faced in the first inning. He was able to get out of it with his great stuff. It's one of the problems that Kyle Drabek has had, and Jose Molina right out there to talk to him. His last game, he threw 114 pitches, just 59 strikes against Seattle. Continually worked from behind, but he has stuff, great stuff that he has, that he can fall behind and still get you out.
Jose Molina has quickly gained the confidence of his young pitcher. A combination has been together going all the way back into spring training. Eric Chavez starting at third base in place of Alex Rodriguez. Well, the Yankees, when they pick up extra guys, they don't mess around. Eric Chavez, Andrew Jones on the bench, adding some depth, and Chavez is off to a great start with the bat.
You know, it's not just the hitters that the Yankees have picked up that have really played well for them this year. We're going to see one tomorrow night that is just pitching lights out for New York.
Bartolo Colon will make his first start of the season here tomorrow night. Fastball right in on the hands of Chavez. Eric Chavez came up with the Oakland Athletics, former first-round pick back in '96, 10th player overall picked in that draft. He was truly a perennial all-star. Then back problems really limited him to part-time duty.
When he was with Oakland, I thought he was one of the best third basemen in the American League. Quick at third base. He had great hands. He had all those home runs hitting the Oakland's Coliseum, which is not a very good hitter's ballpark. If you make a mistake, he can turn on it.
Full count. 230 career home runs for Chavez. And you're right, a tough ballpark. A lot of night games. Ball would die in the power alleys out there with that heavy Bay Area weather. Swisher at first, nobody out. Yankees ran into first in this situation. There they go again. Outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the second. Kyle Drabek making just his 7th major league start. You can say the difference. His first 3 starts a year ago came at the end of the season. This year he was off to a terrific start.
Pitching the ball and putting it in play, that's the big number, the PIP percentage, pitches in play percentage. First 3, 20%. It's going down. It's got to get a little bit better. His stuff is so good that it's going to be hard to put those type of balls in play.
You see that other side, BIP is batting average balls in play, and he has dropped that number dramatically, which suggests his stuff is good. Contact is something that Bruce Walton's trying to encourage, and the ability to get the ground ball double play is something that served him well last time he faced the Yankees. As we mentioned, He had 3 double plays turned behind him in his start last September. So that's what they'd be hoping for now. Jorge Posada, the DH and switch hitter. Posada has 5 home runs, but just 7 hits overall. That's what leads to that 163 average. Blue Jays lead 1-0. Inside. Again, it's just a matter of command. Quality strikes, fastball command will separate the best from the rest of the pack. The ability to locate that fastball, especially against a veteran lineup like the Yankees.
Yeah, I think the Yankees sense it here in the second inning about taking more pitches, seeing more pitches. And the Red Sox, the best in baseball at doing that. John Farrell was talking before the game about Jose Molina and Drabek together. He says he thinks they're a good tandem. Jose seems to be a calming influence on Kyle, especially in these situations right here. You walked a couple of batters and you still have a very dangerous hitter at the plate.
And it's all about just getting comfortable with your delivery, understanding what you need to do to get back into the strike zone. Molina can help you from behind the plate, but Drabek himself has to make some adjustments on the mound. That's drilled into the gap in left center. Swishes around third. He's coming home to score. Chavez goes first to third. Posada delivers the RBI single to left center. Yankees have tied it up.
They've hit a lot of home runs, and that have accounted for a lot of their runs, the percentage of runs, but they can still do it with guys on base. Posada is such a clutch hitter. Just his 8th hit of the season, and it will deliver his 9th RBI. To left field, on a line. Chavez goes first to third as Snyder runs it down.
Catcher Russell Martin with runners at the corners. Still nobody out. First pitch strike. Martin's off to a good start to his Yankee career. 289 average, 4 home runs, and 11 driven in. OPS just under 1,000. Martin hit 5 home runs last year in 97 games with the Dodgers. On the ground, this could be 2. Escobar to Hill. Back to first, double play. Chavez comes in on the double play. The Yankees have taken a lead, but Drabek gets 2 outs.
Blue Jays will trade a run for a couple of outs. Playing the infield back. It's early in the game. This is tailor-made. Escobar Hill. Plenty of time as he relays it over to Lynn for the double play. That's the kind of stuff that Kyle Drabek has. Downer fastball. Tough to get on top of that.
Posada got the Yankees back into the game, and the double play gives them the lead. Number 9 hitter Brett Gardner. Gardner, the speedster, off to a slow start, hitting a $140. It's very difficult for a young pitcher to channel his emotions. Make sure they didn't get too high, too discouraged point of a ball game. All just moved off the outside corner. Freddie Garcia, a winning pitcher for the Yankees on Saturday. Part of that veteran core you talked about. Yankees are able to sign veteran players, and they will take a chance that they contribute for the possibility of running and pitching to the postseason.
They have some veterans down in the minor leagues who have a lot of years in the big leagues. Kevin Millwood is from the minors.
Popped up left field line. Jason Nix there makes the play in fair territory. The inning finally comes to an end, but 2 walks come in to score. The Yankees are taking a 2-1 lead. posted on Twitter recently. This is 6-year-old Ellen. She's from St. Catharines, Ontario, and says when she grows up, she wants to be a baseball player just like J.P. Arancibia. Pretty cool picture Ella has drawn, and she looked like she's sending it to J.P. Arancibia himself. She wants to be just like him. Great job, Ella. J.P. has another fine fan. J.P. getting the first part of this game off tonight. Talking with Dwayne Murphy, I'm sure going over A.J. Burnett. Jose Molina moves up into the 6th spot in the lineup. He had a home run against A.J. Burnett back in spring training. Off to a good start. Swings at the first pitch. Jeter is there, has plenty of time, and Burnett gets the first out here in the 2nd.
Burnett's an interesting guy. Can a veteran who has been around for so many years change the way he pitches? At the urgence of Russell Martin in spring training, he said, hey, AJ, you have a good changeup. Let's start using it a little bit more and then get them off of your fastball. And it has worked.
Yeah, it sure has worked. And A.J. Burnett started his career with the Mets way back in 1995. He was an 8th-round pick by the Mets. He would eventually go to the Florida Marlins. Came up to the big leagues in 1999 with the Marlins. But it's interesting how Burnett and Martin have really hit it off since Russell has come to the Yankees. Corey Patterson rips the ball inside first base. That'll go down into the corner. Patterson around first, headed for second. Throw into second base, and Patterson's there with a stand-up double. His 2nd double of the season. He jumped all over that Burnett fastball.
Yeah, there's no question that he can turn around a fastball either. Good play by Swisher in right field to get this ball before it hits the wall. First pitch swinging 92 miles an hour, fastball down the middle. No chance for Teixeira to even move on that one. But Swisher hustles over and cuts that ball off before it gets to the wall and holds Patterson at second base. If that ball gets by him, he's standing on third easily.
Patterson at second. Edwin Encarnacion. Base hit to right field. Swisher's got a good arm. Brian Butterfield will stop Patterson at third base. Encarnacion hits Burnett hard. He has 2 homers and now picked up a single.
And he loves the fastball also. Just like Bautista, not wasting any time. He slashes that ball the other way. What I mean about Burnett, he has come in here and he has gotten hit hard in the past because it seems like all of his pitches are the same speed. Everything is hard. If he can mix in a few changeups, that's going to give the hitters something else to look at.
Even the curveball. He threw the curveball to Snyder and handled him very easily. But he seems to be throwing that fastball. Another thing the Blue Jays are doing tonight we haven't seen since the early part of the road trip. They're aggressive. They're looking for fastballs early. Jason Nix, the number 9 hitter. Nobody out. Excuse me, 1 out. Big breaking ball. There's that curveball. Nix, a very good fastball hitter.
He can throw 2 types of curveballs. A get-me-over curveball that he'll throw early in the count for strike 1, and then he'll throw a really hard one to get you to swing at it for strike 3.
Patterson at third. Encarnacion at first. Yankees lead 2-1. Another breaking ball. Here's where Nix really has to shorten up, just put the ball in play. Got to cash that runner in from third base, less than 2 outs. Patterson with great speed at third. Waved at a breaking ball. Burnett gets the strikeout. Third strikeout of the night for A.J. Burnett. Buried that breaking ball in the dirt, down and away.
Since he came into the American League in 2006, he is 4th in the AL in strikeouts. now with over 880. Good hard curveball from Burnett.
Well, he threw it with a lot of confidence, too, as he knew Russell Martin would square it up and keep it in front of him. Bounce that ball for the strikeout. Back to the top of the order. Another ball bounced in at Earth. Russell Martin, this is his 13th game. They have played. This is his 14th game. He's played all but one game behind the plate. Look at his fingernails. He's got orange nail polish on his right hand to help A.J. Burnett look at the signs. Help him see those fingers. Didn't see him very well then.
He had white polish on him at home, but those were getting in on the home uniforms and the white pants. So he has switched to orange with a white stripe down the middle so the pitcher can pick up the signs.
There's a fastball that evens the count at a ball and strike. I asked Russell Martin about that earlier. He says, yeah, he said, I don't like getting crossed up, especially when guys throw as hard as A.J. Burnett. So he wanted to make sure Burnett could see his signals. One and one, 2 outs. Bounce to Burnett. That'll do it. The Blue Jays are retired in the second. They strand a pair. A.J. Burnett gets out of the second. Yankees lead 2-1. Assess his start to this season.
Uneven. And I'll tell you why. Brett Cecil didn't come up last year till around this time of the year and then won 15 games. It's almost like Cecil right now is getting his feet wet and getting understanding what the batters are doing against him. I thought he was better his last time out. He only gave up 2 hits to the Boston Red Sox, both of them home runs. He's making the adjustments against the batters and in his pitching windup. I think we're going to see the real Brett Cecil from now on.
Won 15 games a year ago. That's his first win under his belt. Kyle Drabek misses with the first pitch to Derek Jeter. Jeter singled to center to lead off the ball game, but he was stranded at second. The Yankees continue to wait on Kyle Drabek. He has to prove to them that he can throw strikes. They're taking a lot of pitches.
It didn't take very long, just 1 inning, to get an idea. Yankees are 6th in batting in terms of average this season. Not the middle of the pack when it comes to on-base percentage and base on balls.
Joe Girardi is bench coach Tony Pena. That cut fastball, Jeter reaches out and spoils a good pitch. Saw Tony Pena earlier in the game, and I was visiting with Russell Martin. The first thing he did was come over and said, "Don't mess him up now. He's off to a good start." Jeter goes to right. Bautista backs up a couple of steps, and he hauls it in. Jeter's retired.
You wouldn't be messing anybody up.
No, I wouldn't do that. Russell Martin, good to see him healthy again. Good to see him back playing and recapturing that form that led him to 2 All-Star games.
I remember seeing him when he was with the Dodgers and they played here in interleague play, and I was like, wow. I didn't realize what a good player he was. The way he was so quick behind the plate, and the way he has handled the pitchers.
He was an infielder when he signed with the Dodgers, and they converted him, and it's worked out well. Jorge Posada is the mentor for Russ Martin as far as learning this pitching staff. Joe Girardi, the manager, was Posada's mentor when Girardi joined the Yankees. Pulls the bat back. 2 balls and a strike to Curtis Granderson. How about the catching quattro right there, huh? Pena, Girardi, Posada, and Martin. A lot of catching knowledge there. Aaron Hill. 2 outs.
They make the best managers, don't they?
There have been a lot of good managers who were former catchers. Joe Girardi first won 2 years ago. Tony Pena has been good for a long time. I expect Pena to get another job at managing.
Yeah, he was in Kansas City as their manager a few years ago and turned them around.
2 quick outs. Number 3 hitter, Mark Teixeira, popped up to third base. His first time up. First time through the order, Drabek threw just 3 of 9 first pitch strikes. That caught him on the back of the shoulder as Teixeira was trying to duck out of the way.
Not a bad idea by Drabek. Change up first pitch and then try and back him off the plate with a fastball, come up and in. See if you can get him diving out over the plate. That one just glanced off his uniform. Just trying to back him off the plate to open up that outside part.
Robinson Cano hitting in the cleanup spot tonight. He was caught looking to end the first. Ground ball to third. Nix will go across the diamond. Just in time to get Cano. Drabek hits the batter but leaves Teixeira on the bases. The Blue Jays got some work to do against A.J. Burnett. They trail by a run. Blue Jays as he gives us his thoughts about this game. It'll be live at the top of the 4th inning. Blue Jays trail the Yankees 2-1. Jose Bautista hit his 4th home run of the season with 2 outs in the 1st. The Yankees came right back with 2 runs in the top of the 2nd. Back-to-back walks to Swisher and Chavez. They both came around to score. Travis Snyder hitting 2nd tonight. A.J. Burnett struck Snyder out the first time up with a couple of breaking balls. Good curve balls. Down and in.
Snyder has put up some good numbers against Burnett.
There's the changeup right there, and that's the different wrinkle we were talking about. It's 89 miles an hour. It's not that wide variance of velocity, but certainly the movement and the change of speed is effective. And then he backs it up with a good curveball. Boy, I tell you what, third dimension is really beneficial to A.J. Burnett.
Above average fastball. I think way above average fastball, and a very good hard curveball, which is above average. Now you start throwing something else in there.
Bounce that curveball. Oftentimes you'll see pitchers do that. They throw one good curveball, and then they want to throw one better, and they'll bounce it on the plate every time. Yeah, I agree with you. And Burnett's fastball might not always clock out at 97, 98, but it's got so much life, even at 94, 95. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bounce to third. Big hop for Chavez. 1 down. Jose Bautista wants to look at the baseball. He had a good look at the baseball the last time up. 2 outs against A.J. Burnett. Jumps on a high fastball.
They wanted to go up and they wanted to go in, but too much of the plate. High and inside, and he stays up there. Stays up there with that high fastball and drives it out of the ballpark.
You mentioned Blue Jays with just 4 home runs during the 10-game road trip. Bautista had one of those. Shows bunt. Pulls it back when Burnett threw a curveball. Blue Jays went on a long home run drought when Yunel Escobar hit the home run in the 9th in Boston yesterday that had ended a 37 1/3 inning homerless stretch. Ball on the string.
That homestand to start the year, they were hitting home runs, and it was like, okay, just like 2010, here come the home runs, but ran into some good pitching on the road trip.
Had 9 home runs in the first 6 home games. And breaking ball. Backed up a bit. Martin thought it caught the inside corner. Burnett called for the changeup himself. That was interesting. Martin offered the curveball, then suggested the fastball, and Burnett shook to the changeup.
And I'd be very surprised if he challenges him again. He knows the numbers just like everybody else. How Bautista faces him and what he does against him.
Throw him a changeup, and Bautista threw him the fastball. Bautista checked his swing and fouled it back. Full count. Looks like they're going fastball away. Missed upstairs.
On Rogers Sportsnet, brought to you by your local independently owned home hardware or home hardware building center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
First game of a 5-game homestand. Yankees in for 2. After the off day on Thursday, Tampa Bay will come to town for a 3-game weekend set. Bautista's at first, 1 out. Adam Lynn singled sharply to center his last time up. John Farrell doesn't want the team to stop running. Russell Martin's been very good. He's allowed only 3 steals all year long. The Blue Jays have the most in the majors.
Yankees pitching staff has given up only 4 attempts all year.
Ball in the dirt. Bautista will move up. That curveball got away from Russell Martin, and Bautista literally moved into second. That takes away the chance of a ground ball double play.
Lots of wild pitches when you have A.J. Burnett on the mound. This one, he breaks that curveball off right in front of home plate. Led the major leagues with 5 wild pitches coming into this game. That's number 6.
That'll happen when you throw that hard curveball. Martin had pretty good position on it, but just got his body turned sideways and hit off his chest protection. First time they've had a runner at second base, so they want to make sure they have everything together on their sequence of signs here.
And make sure what they want to do now with first base open.
1 out. Bautista at second. Aaron Hill's on deck. He struck out his first time up. Bautista was just about ready to break for third when Burnett unloaded. Jeter got Burnett's attention, and they'll keep their eye on Jose.
Just trying to time A.J. Burnett. He's very deliberate to home. Got a high leg kick. Blue Jays not afraid to try and steal third base.
And again, the pitcher steps off the rubber, concerned about Bautista. Stealing third is not a matter of great speed. It's timing. It's timing the pitcher when he makes his move to the plate.
Picking on the right pitch also helps. If you can look in there and see a curveball, give you a little extra chance to get to third base.
Bounce to Burnett. They have Bautista hung up. Burnett throws it wide, and it's down off the glove with Jeter. Everybody's safe. A.J. Burnett just kind of lollipopped it to Jeter, and it went off the end of his glove.
You go over this play in spring training day after day after day, and the first thing that the pitcher is taught when he has the ball to give it up. Give it up, give it to the infielder who is more used to handling the baseball than you are. He looks back, Bautista back to second base right there, and that's where he should have given it up, when he had his legs underneath him and momentum was going to second base. He started running like that and tried to throw on the run, and it all fell apart on him.
That scored a fielder's choice. Bautista moving to third on the fielder's choice. Aaron Hill, runners at the corners, 1 out. Good fastball.
I think if he turns right away like he did, and he was facing second base, if he unloads it right away, they have Bautista nailed. As soon as he started running at him and trying to throw on the run, that's where the Blue Jays got away with it.
Ball in the dirt, blocked by Martin. The appeal down at first. Jim Wolf said Hill went too far. 0-2. Blue Jays have had scoring opportunities in each inning. They've stranded 2 already, have 2 more on here. Stranded 3 in the game so far. Fly ball right center. Swisher on the run. He makes the catch, tagging at third is Bautista. He'll come home, and the game is tied at 2-all. When
you have a strikeout pitcher and he hangs one and he makes a mistake, you have to take advantage of it, and Aaron Hill does just that. Looked bad on the check swing for strike 2, but then Burnett went back to that curveball, hung it, and we're all tied.
Well, again, the Blue Jays scored a run without the benefit of a hit. A one-out walk to Bautista, moved to second on the wild pitch, got in the rundown, moved to third on the fielder's choice, and then a sac fly has tied it at 2-all. Jose Molina. Good breaking ball. Molina chases. The walks have already played a prominent part in this game tonight. Kyle Drabek walked the first 2 batters in the second. They both came around to score. Jose Molina walked. Jose Bautista walked with 1 out here in the third. He scored. Oh, 0-2. Bounced in the dirt. There goes Lind to second to throw in time, and Lind is out. Good throw by Russell Martin. He stayed on his feet, made a strong throw to nail Lind at second. When we come back, we'll visit with the manager, John Farrell. It's a 2-2 game. We go to the fourth in this 2-2 game, and A.J. Burnett has thrown that good curveball. He's gotten a couple of guys to chase. Got Hill with it in the first, and Jason Nix with it in the second. But it's all tied up at 2-all. Nick Swisher, he took that leadoff walk in the second, came around to score one of the 2 second-inning runs. That ball had a lot of English on it. It hugged the line all the way down to third.
I have seen balls like that come back in play. He hit it right off the end of the bat, and it's got that spinning action on it. Goes down towards the coaching box and then comes back.
Buried that curveball in front of the plate. They've had a scoring change on that play that involved A.J. Burnett. They made it a fielder's choice plus an error on the pitcher. So A.J. Burnett is charged with an error, making the low throw to Jeter. When we talk about great players and great pitchers, consistency is the one thing you look for. And we heard from John Farrell how Jose Molina is trying to speed the development up of Kyle Drabek, but it's all about repetition, being able to repeat your delivery. There's no question about the quality of his pitches. But now he needs to understand that this is a process where you have to take the same effort level into every game and just try to reach that same delivery. Another leadoff walk to Swisher.
You know, the more he pitches and the more he's around Bruce Walton and John Farrell and Pat Henkin, Ricky Romero and Brett Cecil, I think the more he's going to learn. It's tough pitching in the American League East. 23 years old, it's tough, but he's listening, he's learning.
Ground ball. This could be two. Hill shovels it to Escobar. Comes across the bag. Closer. Strike. It is two. A 4-6-3 double play. That'll take care of a leadoff walk.
Wipes it right out. That's the kind of stuff that he has. Good sinking fastball. Get it on the ground and let the infield do the rest. That strong arm never hurts from Escobar as he completes the double play to first base.
Now, he doesn't have to rush anything. He knows he can wait for that feed from his second baseman and then call on that arm strength to gun down the runner at first. Drabek now has had two double plays turned behind him. Posada did the damage in the second.
You know, as I watch Kyle Drabek the early parts of this season, he reminds me a lot of Brandon Morrow last year. Remember, Morrow got off to an awful start. Start in Baltimore, he had a ton of walks, tons of pitches early on, but he listened, he learned, he made adjustments. By the second half, he was one of the best pitchers on the team.
In the game.
In the game.
American League, he was dominant his last 8 starts. There's a good curveball that's in there. That's a good call, Pat. When you think about Morrow, he had a start in Boston where he just couldn't throw a strike. He walked 5 or 6 early in the ball game, but you had to allow him the opportunity to grow. 0-2, cut on and missed, fouled back. Got a piece of it.
I think the Blue Jays can afford to give Kyle Drabek that chance to learn. Learn at the big league level against big league hitters in these surroundings. I think it just makes you go that much faster.
Wow, it's a case-by-case situation too. You have to make sure that the individual can handle it mentally. Breaking ball is bounced from Posada. Saw that all the way. Jorge Posada in his first year is the everyday DH. Certainly still feels he can catch, but boy, they haven't had him catch much at all, not even in the spring. Where was that? 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It was in a good spot, but the home plate umpire, Ron Culpa, just off the plate. If you're going to miss 1 and 2, that's where you want to miss.
Curveball gets him. Posada goes down, chases the curveball. Leadoff walk, double play, and a strikeout. Another good inning for Kyle Drabek in this 2-2 game. terrible start offensively. Corey Hart has just begun a rehab assignment. They're hopeful of getting their right fielder back. They haven't had much production at all from right field. But the Brewers playing the Philadelphia Phillies tough. Sean Markham was the starter in last night's game.
Zach Greinke close to coming back?
He's going to be 4 or 5 weeks away, I would think.
Really?
He hasn't started throwing off the mound yet. And you saw what the process was with Brandon Morrow. He had completed his entire spring training. They shut him down, and it's still been 3 starts for him.
Yeah, and he's going to have to start all over again.
Yeah, Greinke's got to start all over. Fractured his ribs playing a pickup basketball game. Not a great idea.
No.
Jose Molina leads things off here in the 4th. 2-0. Blue Jays scored the tying run in the 3rd on a walk, a fielder's choice, an error by the pitcher, and a sac fly. Three and 0. A 4-pitch walk issued to Jose Molina.
Save during the lawn and garden sale. Only at Home Hardware and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
We're tied at 2-0 here, bottom of the 4th inning. The leadoff batter is on first base. Corey Patterson ripped a double just inside the first base bag. He would get to third base, but was stranded there. Ball just missed downstairs. John Farrell had talked about getting to A.J. Burnett. You had to make sure that curveball was a strike. Don't chase it.
Says it's really snapping off. Hitters have been checking their swing or swinging through it.
Ball and a strike. Yankees are 9-5 to start the season. They have a 3-game lead in the American League East. Everybody else in the division is under 500. Tampa Bay and Toronto tied at 7-9. Another changeup and a good one. Corey Patterson just got a piece of it.
He turned around his fastball his last time up and ripped that double. So he's going to see a lot of off-speed pitches. What he can do now is get up on top of that plate and try and hook one through that hole on the right side. You see Teixeira having to hold the runner on. Cano's got a shade towards the bag for double play. Get out there, hook one into right field.
1-2. Lifted down the left side. Gardner has good speed over near the foul line, makes the catch. Talk about these two teams in the American League East. The Blue Jays this season actually have pitched better than the rotation of the Yankees. When you look at the starters' ERA over a run differential.
Well, the .540 for the Yankees is dead last in the American League. 14th. They are also 14th in hits per allowed for 9 innings. All for $43.5 million. Blue Jays getting it done with just 3.
Yankees certainly have a lot of questions in their rotation, including the fact that Phil Hughes is on the disabled list. He's with the Yankees here at Rogers Center. Hughes has been put on the DL with a tired arm. Bartolo Colon standing in the back will make the start tomorrow night. All in the dirt. Ball in the strike to the Blue Jays DH. Edwin Encarnacion had a single to right his first time up. He is 4 for 9 against A.J. Burnett with 2 home runs. foul. Blue Jays need to get some things going here offensively. Been a tough stretch. They had a rough road trip. It'll be just a short 5-game series here at home before they head back out on the road again.
Just one run in each of the last 3 losses in Boston. And I know they faced Beckett and Lester and Daisuke, but it doesn't get any easier. You've got the Yankees and then Tampa's good rotation.
They were outscored in the final 3 games in Boston 21-3. And that was the team that had been struggling.
Nothing like coming home. Take some extra batting practice, sleep in your own bed. You're back on the timeline of getting up, coming to the ballpark, going down into the cages.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Molina at first, 1 out. Popped out of play. Blue Jays will battle this Yankee team. Just a short 2-game series before Tampa Bay comes to town on Friday night. Tampa Bay's turned around their early woes this season. Johnny Damon is currently out of the lineup. They expect he might play tonight, maybe tomorrow. He had a bruised finger, but the pitching has carried them so far.
Just like they thought it would. That good starting pitching. It sets the tone in the game.
Strike 3 call. Looked like a breaking ball that started off the plate inside and caught the inside corner.
Backed up on Edwin Encarnacion, might have surprised him. They wanted to go down and away. It ended up on the inner half. You can see how low Russell Martin wants it and where it ends up on the inner half. Surprised Encarnacion, and he is the 4th strikeout victim by Burnett tonight.
Like a slider that he got underneath of and just kind of spun to the inside part of the plate. Jason Nix was a strikeout victim his first time up, way outside.
You can see Russell Martin was a former infielder. The way his feet move and his hands, how soft they are.
Well, he stays on his feet. Yep, he never really goes all the way down to his knees unless he has to, but he can stay on those balls that he blocks so quickly because he stays on his feet.
I think if I had to do that for 1 inning, I'd be done. Up and down and going down to your knee, blocking balls.
Well, it is good to see Russell Martin healthy again, and he had a fractured hip last year and then had knee surgery in the offseason. But he looks like he's back to 100% again. Martin, snap throw to first. Jose Molina had a huge jump at first, got out so far and kind of surprised himself.
It almost looked like he was doing a secondary steal. Got out there and then decided to stop. The delay steal. You get out there and try and steal it on the middle infielder.
Two balls and a strike, 2 outs to Jason Nix. Pulled foul. Nix can get to a fastball.
We've seen him turn around a few fastballs. One at Anaheim for a game winner.
Off Irvin Santana. Blue Jays scored 3 runs or less in 6 of the 10 road games, and that's one of the games they won. They won 3-2 against Santana. Ball in the dirt. Full count. Burnett's reluctant to give Nix a fastball.
Struck him out. 3 straight curveballs his first time up.
You can see the Blue Jays a little more patient, a little more selective. Second time through the order, laying off that breaking ball. Full count, 2 outs. Molina will be off on the pitch at first. He walked it. Got to turn the lineup over. Third walk issued by Burnett. Larry Rothschild, the first-year pitching coach, seated behind Joe Girardi on the Yankee bench. Rothschild, formerly the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays and the pitching coach with the Cubs most recently.
Yeah, he does a good job. Certainly does. He was with the Reds organization. One of the things that he has worked with A.J. Burnett is getting his motion coming towards home plate. Whenever he gets out of whack, he really spins out of his delivery, and the ball goes all over the place. That's what I sense right now as you watch him really falling off the mound too much.
We have talked about controlling your emotions for young Kyle Drabek. It's kind of the same issue for A.J. Burnett, just being able to channel his energy straight toward the catcher. Not that he's nervous or intimidated, but he's a high energy guy, and he's got to maintain that focus and finish right to the pitcher. Yunel Escobar 0 for 2, a couple of groundouts. Curveball misses. Again, they're doing a good job of taking that pitch. I'm not sure these two are on the same page. Didn't look like Martin got crossed up.
Talk about focus right there. What are we going to do with the runner at second base and the leadoff hitter? That's where Martin is really taking control when you talk to the Yankees.
Escobar's having a better look at A.J. Burnett in this at bat. A 2-2 ball game here, bottom of the fourth inning. Three and 0. Again, you see Burnett spinning off the rubber over toward the first base side of the mound.
Not finishing his pitches. The arm drops just a little bit. It's always been the problem with him. No one has ever questioned his stuff.
Three and 0. Swinging on a 3-0 pitch, a ground out to the shortstop. Fielder's choice. Escobar had a pretty good pitch to hit, but hits it to Jeter. Now it's time for a connected update with Jamie and Greg, live from the brand new BlackBerry broadcast studio here at Rogers Center. And tonight we're going to take a closer look at Yankee catcher Russell Martin. He was born in Toronto, stayed here until he was about 2 years old. Then he basically grew up in Montreal, and he and his father, they got started early, Pat, with the baseball. Russell told me today he started swinging a bat when he was about 2 years old.
And his father recognized that he had some baseball talent and really worked with him when he was a youngster.
Very athletic and started throwing the ball around and developed skills. Played Little League when he was 7 years old. Played with the 12-year-old kids. And all of the parents of the older kids says, boy, I don't know if we should let this young guy play. He'll probably get hurt. And then Russell told me this afternoon, he said, I got on the mound and then they were worried about their kids. It's good to see him healthy again, and he's had obviously a big impact in Canadian baseball players, and he actually worked with Brett Lawrie when Lawrie was a catcher as an amateur player, both out in Arizona at that time. Russell told me today he bought his father a vehicle. His father hasn't had a car in about 30 years. He's ridden the subways of Montreal, rides his bike around in the summertime, does a lot of rollerblading, but Russell decided he needed a car. There's a drive to the power alley and right. Bautista on the run. He's not going to get it. One hops off the wall. Gardner around first, headed for second. He'll stop there. And opposite field double, his third double of the season to start the 5th inning.
And he was thinking about maybe 3 on this play. Compact swing, and it's a powerful swing. He has his legs underneath him now after the last couple of years battling those leg injuries, and he drives this ball to right field. He came out of the box thinking 3. If that ball got away from Bautista just for an instance, might have been on third base, but he holds up his 3rd double of the season. What a year he is having. What an impact he is having for the Yankees.
They didn't really know what they had early in the spring. He wasn't healthy enough. He hadn't played a lot. He was waiting on his knee, but boy, he can really run once again. This is the way he played for the Dodgers early on. Running around the bases. He was a threat to steal, and you could see there's no concerns whatsoever with his legs. Now the Yankees, Blue Jays looking for a bunt. Brett Gardner, the number 9 hitter. Squares around, bunts it back to the pitcher. They got a shot at third. Drabek throws it. They got the rundown. Russell Martin's in a rundown. And now will tag him out, and they'll keep Gardner at first. That's what you talk about. The pitcher gave it up early, and that turns into a very effective rundown.
That's the whole thing. You've got to give the ball up early. Give it to the infielders, the guys who are used to handling the baseball, and let them do their job. Yankees try to sacrifice Gardner, a good bunter, bunts it right back to the mound, but Drabek is a good athlete. You can see his athleticism as he catches the ball and flips it over, and there's the important part. They close the gap. The third baseman and the shortstop. Watch how Nix runs him back, gets him going back to the base he came from, close the gap, and then Escobar takes a couple of steps and puts the tag on.
And Drabek did a good job of getting to that ball quickly and really made an easy play out of it. Nix and Escobar did their job. Gardner at first is a threat to steal. Ed Gardner has 3 stolen bases this year. He's been caught twice. Jeter lines it to right. Bautista in his tracks makes the catch. Boy, Drabek has pitched ahead since the 2nd inning, and it's really turned around this game.
What did John Farrell tell us at the 4th inning? Strike 1 is going to be very key for Kyle Drabek. Yeah, he is listening to his manager.
Quality strikes in the zone. Challenge the hitters. Don't give the Yankees those hitter counts. The scouting reports followed the Yankees early in this season, saying they were getting a lot of fastballs in fastball counts. Strike 1.
And we certainly saw that in Boston. Whenever the Blue Jays made a mistake, those good hitters made them pay. They didn't miss it.
Good time by Drabek to check on Gardner. 84% success rate. Blue Jays have never caught Brett Gardner. He's 5 for 5 in steal attempts. He's thinking about going. Drabek did a good job of holding on to that baseball.
Now is a good time to go. He is very quick over to first base. Watch the flinch by Gardner. Takes a half a step, but he's got very good quickness. back underneath the tag of Adam Lynn.
A little bit bigger lead. He's got a foot on the artificial surface. There he goes. Taken. Molina's throw right on the money. What a great throw by Jose Molina. He threw a strike to second base. That's the first time the Blue Jays have caught Brett Gardner. And it took a terrific throw from the veteran catcher. Molina is quick behind the plate, throws a strike to Escobar, who puts a quick tag on Gardner. Blue Jays in the fifth. From 4 to 7. You can watch it on Sportsnet 1 Primetime Sports. Listen at fan590.com. Bob McCown, great guest all the time, and they talk about everything. And certainly this time of the year is a very busy time for sports talk radio. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and the baseball season just heating up. Travis Snyder 0 for 2 so far. Bunts at it in the dirt, and that's a strike. Snyder up in the 2 spot in the order tonight. John Farrell just felt like it might be a good opportunity to get him going a little bit, batting in front of Jose Bautista.
Good numbers against Burnett, 3 for 6 coming into this game. Try to generate something. Another thing he didn't want too many right-handers in a row against A.J. Burnett.
Snyder in a hole, 0-2. With a curveball down and in. Now let's check in with Jamie Campbell with his update.
Right fielder,
Their starting pitching has really been roughed up. They hit some home runs in last night's game. Adam Jones and Luke Scott, along with Matt Wieters, hit 3 solo home runs. But Minnesota, how about Sal Butera's son? Drew Butera, filling in for Joe Mauer, had 3 RBIs in the game last night. A career high in runs driven in. Bautista, big bouncing ball to the third baseman. Chavez on the money. 2 outs here in the 5th. Sal Butera is a scout with the Blue Jays, and his son, Drew Butera, played last year as a rookie with the Twins, and now he's going to play a lot with Joe Mauer on a disabled list.
Mysterious viral infection or something with Joe Mauer.
Yeah.
Not real sure of what's going on there.
He's lost 12 pounds and has had a couple of different stays in the hospital, and they're going to have to rebuild his strength and get him back to baseball activities before he can be activated. Adam Lynn, 1 for 2, takes a first pitch strike. 2-2 ball game, bottom of the 5th. The Yankees had a 2-1 late. Blue Jays tied it up with a single run in the 3rd. Adam Lynn got off to a good start. Very productive with an RBI in each game, the first 8 games, but it's been a different story since. Changeup missed outside.
He had a single his first time up. Line shot to the gap in left center field. That's a good sign. When he is staying on that ball away from him, pitchers try and slip something by him on the inner half. That's when he really turns on it.
Good cut at that high fastball. 2-2.
He has to stay on that ball away. Pitchers are really keeping the ball away from Adam Lynn.
He made some adjustments in his batting stance in the offseason. Standing a little more upright. Thought that would allow him to get to that ball on the outside part of the plate. Another breaking ball down and in. Burnett strikes out Lynn. 2 strikeouts in the inning. A 1-2-3 5th inning. We have played 5 complete here at Rogers Center. We're knotted up at 2-all. Innings, nearly identical line scores. Burnett has 6 strikeouts. They both walked 3, but they are knotted up at 2-all here.
6 strikeouts for Burnett. It looks like Kyle Drabek is starting to find his rhythm in this game. Double plays have helped. A couple of innings ago he got that, and his defense helped him out last inning.
First pitch curveball for a strike to Curtis Granderson. The plate outside. Granderson, we mentioned he made an adjustment in his stroke. 18th of August he made that change, and he's hit 18 home runs since that time. Fastball ripped into right field. A leadoff single.
He also had 43 of his 67 RBIs after the All-Star break last year. You can see how compact it is now. He can reach that outside part of the plate. Playoffs, he hit 357 for Joe Girardi with a home run and 6 RBIs. And he's always played great center field.
Mark Teixeira popped up and was hit by a pitch. Drabek's been able to get the Yankees to ground into 2 double plays here. Last time he faced them last year, he converted 3 double plays in 6 innings. Molina's not going to waste any time. Tied ball game. He's going to make sure he tries to get Drabek right back in the strike zone.
Tom Farrell was telling us before the game that Molina is such a calming influence for Kyle Drabek. Channel those emotions. Get him going right back to where he needs to be.
Molina believes that Drabek is really poised to take the next step. He now understands what he needs to focus on and how he needs to get into that good mindset during the course of his outings. Missed 3-0. And we heard John Farrell characterize Kyle Drabek as a competitor. Loves to compete, loves to battle, doesn't shy away from anything. But sometimes he needs to channel that energy.
Right now you can see him fighting himself just a little bit when he gets the ball back and pulls his cap down. Just fighting himself just a little bit. This is where you need to like back off just a little bit and make a pitch. You've got some veteran hitters coming up there.
3-1. Long drive, center field. Corey Patterson back to the track, to the wall. This ball is gone. Mark Teixeira, a 2-run home run, number 6 on the season.
The big home run hitter in the middle of that lineup for the Yankees. Tees off on a fastball. They wanted to get the ball sinking down and away. Hopefully Teixeira rolls over it, but it stays up. And Kyle Drabek upset with himself with that one. Teixeira has had some really rough Aprils in his career, but this year he has found this home run stroke early.
6 home runs and now 16 driven in for Mark Teixeira, talking with Kevin Long, the hitting coach. Went down and got that outside pitch. When you really think about where the pitch was, it was down, outer half of the plate, but he went down and got it. Robinson Cano drills it past the diving second baseman into right. 2 singles and a home run here in the 6th. Jason Frazier begins to loosen up.
Third time through the lineup now. The Yankees are starting to figure it out. They have scored at least 4 runs now 13 times this season. That's a major league high.
This is just their 15th game.
Change up, down and away, and watch him talk to himself. Understand, this is where you've got to control it right here, and I think that's why we see Bruce Walton out there to talk to him.
Yeah.
It's going to be a learning process for him.
You can't muscle your way through the veteran lineups. You got to think your way through it and make good pitches, and that's what Bruce Walton's trying to encourage Kyle Drabek, that he's got the stuff to do it. It's just going to take a while for him to command those pitches. Nick Swisher has walked twice. Swings at the first pitch. Swisher got caught guessing with Drabek there, thinking he was going to get that first pitch fastball.
Young kid might say, okay, I got to get ahead, strike one. Here's a fastball. Well, he's pitching through it. There's your fastball, up and in.
Ball on a strike. 2 runs in here in the top of the 6th. Yankees have taken a 4-2 lead on Mark Teixeira's 6th home run of the season. Driven to the gap in left center. Corey Patterson on the run. Makes the catch. Cano had gotten all the way to second base. He'll retreat to first. Well, the Yankees have pounded out 28 home runs now. When you look at the projection, the record 1997, the Seattle Mariners hit 264. Look down at the bottom of that list. They're on pace for 312. Blue Jays had a great year last year. They were 3rd in the all-time home run total, 257, but the Yankees are off to a much higher pace.
They have now homered in 13 of the first 15 games. It's a big part of what they do.
High percentage of their runs scoring on the home run. They scored 14 runs in the Texas series. 10 of those scored on home runs. New York Yankees atop the American League East.
Media keeps asking Joe Girardi about that, and he says, look, there's more to this team. It just hasn't surfaced yet. Brett Gardner hasn't been able to get on track, and he's such a big part of what they do speed-wise. Same thing with Derek Jeter. He has not gotten on track.
A delayed call on that low strike. Derek Jeter came in the game hitting 241. Brett Gardner came in hitting 140. POSADA 163, so there's a lot of room for improvement. Even Mark Teixeira started this game out at 220. Full count, 1 out. Third baseman Eric Chavez filling in for Alex Rodriguez, who's dealing with some back problems and a slight oblique strain. Going to make sure he's 100% before they put him back in the lineup. There goes Cano. Pitch to second base. It's ball 4. Umpire second. Phil Cousin called the base runner out, but it was ball 4. Molina apologizing to the umpire, and that's going to be it for Kyle Drabek. So Drabek will be lifted from this game with 1 out here in the 6th inning. 2 runners on base are his responsibility. He's already given up 4 runs on 6 hits, and he'll leave the game. So Jason Frazier will take over for Kyle Drabek as Mark Teixeira delivers a 2-run home run here in the 6th. The Yankees lead 4-2. From your seat. You can tweet from your seat at home. Send in your pictures of your view of tonight's broadcast to twitter.com/Blue Jays, and 1 lucky viewer will be selected, and their picture will win a signed Travis Snyder baseball. Don't forget to hashtag it with the word Beast Mode. Kyle Drabek, very disappointed start here against the Yankees, as once again his control let him down in this ball game. Walks to a veteran hitter proved costly, and then a 2-run home run in this inning to Mark Teixeira, and he will turn things over to Jason Frazier.
Half of those walks have scored on Kyle Drabek. Jason Frazier pitched on Sunday, just a third of an inning. He struck out the only batter he faced, Jacoby Ellsbury. That's one of the things that Frazier has shown over the years, that he can strike batters out coming out of that bullpen. He is second on this team in strikeouts behind Carlos Villanueva already this year.
Bounced off the plate. Hill comes back into second, takes the high bounce, and gets POSADA at first. 2 outs, 2 on. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Well, what a turnaround for Joe Maddon's Tampa Bay team, and he continued to remind them, hey, we got a good team here now, and we might have to change the characters a little bit, but they rely so much on their pitching. Again tonight it was James Shields.
They're putting that bullpen together. They started off spring training very slowly, and about halfway through they really turned it on. Started the year very slowly, and now they're starting to piece it all together. We will see them this weekend.
Russell Martin hit into a double play and doubled in the fifth. Second and third, 2 outs, 2 runs in so far. Breaking ball for a strike. Blue Jays just trying to hold it right where it is at 4-2. Jason Frazier retired. First batter he faced. Good fastball, straightens up Martin. Ball on the strike.
Push him off the plate with that inside fastball. We saw this earlier in the game. Change up first pitch, then fastball to brush him back.
Fouled straight back. Frazier has a consistent fastball, 92, 94 miles an hour. He locates it very effectively, kind of a four seamer that he can spot anywhere in the strike zone.
Throw in the breaking ball and that split change that he had. Been a valuable guy all these years out of the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Can get left-handers out. They're only hitting $140 against him. And he can get the right-handers too.
Well, that's a good change. It wasn't just barely got a piece of it. A lot of movement down and in, and Russell Martin just fouled it off to stay alive.
Throws it with great arm action. Just splits his index finger and his middle finger like a splitter. And then you throw it as hard as you can. Throw it like a fastball. Jam it back into those fingers. You can see the grip that he has on it right there. It's called a split grip.
With that grip, you can't really put a lot of force on the ball. It comes out of your hand with a lot less velocity, and because of that, the rotation makes it move an awful lot.
It's a hard pitch to throw because it's a feel pitch. You have to have a good feel for it. See the grip in his hand there. You have to be able to throw it for a strike also.
Moves it again, and it's blocked by Molina. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yankees have taken a 4-2 lead here in the 6th. Just off the plate. Grips that on every pitch, because then if he needs a fastball, he just slides his fingers together.
Yeah, easier to transfer into the fastball. And vice versa. Hitters will pick up on that. See your glove moving around, and they'll know that the changeup is coming.
High fastball gets away from Frazier. Martin's on for a second time. The bases will be loaded for the number 9 hitter, Brett Gardner. Gardner, as we mentioned, Joe Girardi referring to Gardner as one of the guys that's got a lot of room for improvement, off to a slow start. He has gone back and forth between the leadoff spot and the number 9 spot. High fastball.
He's got a great eye. Last couple of years, he's been one of the best at seeing a lot of pitches. There are his numbers with the bases loaded, but he always sees a lot of pitches per at bat. Waits it out. Will get a ton of walks.
Right at the top of the strike zone. Ball on the strike. And he will make you rush it on the infield. Gets down the line as good as anybody. Jason Frazier trying to strand the bases loaded.
That grand slam that we showed in his career versus the Blue Jays. That was last July, if you remember that. His first career grand slam versus Toronto.
Went after that high fastball. 2-2. You look at pitches per plate appearances. Brett Gardner is 10th in the American League, and you look at the Yankees. There are 4 Yankees in the top 10. Jose Bautista is 8. Granderson, Teixeira, Russell Martin, and Brett Gardner are all very patient at the plate.
It's what they do. The Yankees go out looking for players who have a good idea at the strike zone. No surprise there that they've got 4 of the top 10.
2-2 pitch. Just off the plate outside. Full count.
And you mentioned about rushing at the first base. With the bases loaded, they could get an out at any base, but not now. You can see this 2-2 pitch was just off the plate, but misses. And now they have to go to first base.
Got to put extra pressure on the infielders. Cano's at third. Chavez at second. Russell Martin at first. They'll be off on the pitch, but before that, Molina wants to talk things over. Yankees have taken a 2-run lead here in the 6th inning. Frazier had an idea what he wants to do and gave that message to his catcher. Full count. Runners moving. Fouled back. We'll do it again.
Nowhere to put him. You've got to challenge him.
And Brett Gardner knows that. Not going to think about anything other than putting a good swing on the ball. Again, that pattern of working a pitcher has put Gardner in a good spot. The payoff pitch. 2 down. There go the runners. Popped up. Shallow left field. Travis Snyder is there. Gardner's retired. That'll end the inning. But the Yankees get 2. Granderson single. Mark Teixeira goes deep to center field. Home run number 6 on the season. 4-2 New York. followers. The TD Comfort Zone, courtesy of TD. And they're following on Twitter right now. Pat Drabek pitches into the 6th inning. Goes 5 1/3, but again, the walks prove costly for Drabek.
4 of them in 5 1/3 innings. A couple of balls hit hard by the Yankees. That might be an alarming stat as you see Kyle head out after that last out. 53 base on balls on the just completed road trip in 10 games. 4 more tonight. That might be something that needs to be addressed.
Well, John Fale talked about they need their starters to go deeper into the game, and they need, as he characterized it, some leadership from the mound, where the starting pitcher goes out there and establishes that he's going to shut down the opponents and let the offense get the lead. Once again, the Blue Jays just trying to dig their heels in and stop this skid. Brett Cecil will try to back his last win up with another one tomorrow night. Takes on Bartolo Colon in the game here at Rogers Center. Starts at 7 p.m. That ball will get down in right field. Swisher's shading his eyes. Will play it on the hop. Aaron Hill has his first hit of the night.
When he gets that front foot down and that timing mechanism is working, he's a very dangerous hitter. Sacrifice fly last time up, and now a single here to start. It's a very short, compact swing. You see the toe tap out in front, but he covers the outside part of the plate, and it's a balanced, compact swing.
Aaron Hill called the last 3 games of the road trip embarrassing. They were outscored 21-3 by the Red Sox, and they had some opportunities to get in those games. Key hit here and there. Good defensive play.
Yeah, that was the one thing that was missing offensively. The home run and the clutch base hit.
Just a 2-run game. Blue Jays are down by 2. Bottom of the 6th inning. Molina walked his last time up. That started the 4th inning. Burnett would walk up there in that inning, but was able to get out of it when he got Yunel Escobar. Escobar swinging a 3-0 pitch, hit into a fielder's choice. There goes Hill, fouled back.
Struggling scoring runs, so you've got to do something to get them going. Molina took a shot to the right side. He knew that Cano was going to be covering on this play. You see Russell Martin getting hit. He was ready to make the throw, but he got hit by the bat. Molina taking a shot to the right side. Not a bad idea.
And just create some movement. Don't just sit back here. Burnett's held the Blue Jays to 5 hits. Ball and a strike. There goes Hill again. Another swing and a miss. Throw to second base. In the dirt and off the glove of Robinson Cano.
He has been one of their best base stealers the beginning of this season. Aaron Hill's got great instincts. Hits on the right pitch. Steals second base. I think he got clobbered on this one.
It looks like it's something to do with the leg, and it's not too good. He was kind of walking back toward the dugout. George Poulos, the head athletic trainer. Not sure what happened, but that hard head first slide, and then it take him out of the game. That is so tough. The risk of injury is extreme when you go into any base.
We've already seen that this year with Escobar. Watch the shoulder. This is where I'm thinking that something might have happened here. Watch how he goes down and how he gets that arm kind of tucked behind him, and that left shoulder gets bent backwards. right there. Now that could be an elbow or that could be a shoulder, but he goes down and stays down.
Yeah, he knew something wasn't right as soon as he hit the ground. That's the risk you take when you go in head first. John McDonald comes off the bench to take over. Breaking ball fouled off. You mentioned the head-first slide causing big problems. Josh Hamilton of the Texas Rangers broke his shoulder in a head-first slide, tagging up on a short pop-up down in Arlington. Actually, it was in Detroit against the Tigers, and he's out 6 to 8 weeks. Rafael Percal of the Dodgers broke his thumb in a head-first slide, and watch that. Now he's calling for time and having a difficult time getting up. Looked like his leg as he grabs that right leg. Yeah, he calls out. You know, he had problems with that in Boston. On Monday, he was out with George Poulos running on his leg, trying to stretch out before the start of that game in Boston. And it looked like he grabbed the back of his right knee. They characterize it as just being a sore knee. So we will update you when we get some more information. Nobody out here, bottom of the 6th inning. Jose Molina with a 2-2 count. Pops it back out of play. Hanging tough against A.J. Burnett.
He certainly is. Breaking ball away. Right now, Molina not even thinking about trying to advance that runner. Just stay alive and battle. Had a good road trip with the bat. Jose Molina.
Pops this one up, got out in front of a breaking ball. Eric Chavez is there. Chavez makes the catch, 1 down.
See during the lawn and garden sale, only at Home Hardware and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Corey Patterson doubled and flied the left. A.J. Burnett hanging on to a 2-run lead here in the 6th. Curveball around the outside part of the plate.
Going softer is Burnett. In the past, it was, okay, let's see how hard I can pump this ball by him. Right now, he's throwing a lot of breaking balls, a lot of changeups, a lot of curveballs.
Burnett has picked up 6 strikeouts. He's walked 3 batters. Recorded his 1,500th career strikeout last time out against the Orioles. Three and 0. Personal nemesis Edwin Encarnacion stands on deck. Has a hit tonight and has 2 career home runs against A.J. Burnett. Three and 0 to Corey Patterson. Pours in the fastball. Blue Jays again having trouble scoring runs. Right at the bottom of the zone. Borderline pitch called in Burnett's favor.
pours a fastball right down at the lower part. You can see from pitch tracks. From that, it looks like it's low. They called a strike by Ron Colton.
3-2, 1 out. He won them. 2 on for Edwin Encarnacion. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, with a very deliberate walk to the mound. It has been a challenging start to the season for Yankee starting pitchers. They've already lost Phil Hughes to the disabled list. Freddie Garcia is in the rotation. Bartolo Colon will start, and you can see the starters' ERA. Oakland atop the heap at a 2.16 clip. Toronto middle of the pack. And look at the Yankees. 5.40 ERA.
Yet they have the best record in the American League East. It tells you that they are hitting their way to the top of the division. Boston, a little funny there at 13. They have the talent with Lester and Beckett and Buchholz, Dice-K and Lackey. They have the talent. The Yankees have some holes at the back of their rotation.
Yeah, and there was a question mark. Everybody anticipated Cliff Lee would sign as a free agent, and maybe even Andy Pettitte would come back. But neither of those things happened. And now it's been a little bit of a struggle for them at the start of the season. CC Sabathia is still winless this year.
Burnett is huge for him. Where he is pitching, they need that extra guy to give him some length.
Encarnacion with 2 on and 1 out. Snap throw to second base, ended it. What a play by Cano. I don't know how he gloved that. There's no way he could have seen the baseball.
And I think he knows that too. He just dove, stuck his glove out there. This looked like a set play. Fastball on the inner half. Get that runner moving towards third. Cano, the Gold Glover, sticks his glove out and snares it.
He's good, but I don't think he's that good. He might have caught a lucky break there. A ball and no strikes. Just outside. Right-hander David Robertson starts to throw for the Yankees. Powerful right-hander. And use him in the 6th inning and sometimes the 7th inning. And then they've got a pretty good lineup for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. 2-0 to Encarnacion. Hit on the ground just outside of third.
Whenever you play the Yankees, they shorten the game because of that bullpen. 6 innings, and then they can turn it over to 3 closers.
Jabba Chamberlain in the 7th. Rafael Soriano has been the 8th inning guy, and there's a fellow named Mariano Rivera right there in the middle of your screen. Rivera, 41 years old, in his 17th season. Picked up his 566th save on Sunday. 2-1. Drilled to left field. This ball has got a chance. This ball is off the wall. McDonald comes around third. He'll score. Patterson is stopped at third, and Encarnacion delivers an RBI double. It's a 1-run game.
The left fielder, Brett Gardner, was very shallow, and it surprised me with Edwin Encarnacion because he's got a lot of power. He was shallow in left field, and that allowed him to drive the ball over his head. It actually bounces off the warning track in left field. Drilled to left, and you can see how shallow he is. Even the great speed is not going to be able to catch that one. Patterson, the runner at first base, goes out there and just watches it. He's got to be able to read that ball, that was going to be over his head. He doesn't break right away, and that's why he is at third base.
Got to pick up where the outfielders are at the start of the pitch. Patterson's at third, and Encarnacion at second. Jason Nix. Ball in the dirt, and Russell Martin has put on a show behind the plate. He has smothered that breaking ball time and time again tonight.
Reminding me of Jeff Mathis of the Angels when we were out there, how well he went down in and blocked so many balls.
Patterson at third represents the tying run. The go-ahead runs at second. Off at the end of the bat. A.J. Burnett has reached the 100-pitch plateau. Blue Jays trying to tie it up, maybe go ahead right here in the 6th.
Blue Jays liable to do anything on the bases. We certainly saw that in Boston. And they had a double steal against John Lester.
The Yankees infield is playing back, and anything up the middle on the ground will score Patterson. Ball in the dirt. This one gets away, but Martin is on his feet. Patterson took a couple of steps toward home. Again, Russell Martin saved a run.
The whole key to that was finding the baseball. Confidence to throw it in the dirt, take the mask off, locate that ball, and even with the good speed of Corey Patterson, he can't score.
2 balls and a strike. Can Jason Nix possibly look for a fastball here?
He's hitting 9th. I would think that they would want to challenge him. You've got Escobar on deck, who's been hitting great with runners in scoring position. He doesn't want to go to 3-1.
2 balls and a strike, 1 out. Fastball cut on and missed. He got his fastball. That'll even the count at 2-2.
Burnett reaching back for a little extra there.
Curveball missed. Burnett's done a good job with that curveball all night long. That one just backed up on him a bit. John Farrell's team is in desperate need of a big hit. Down the left field line, but that'll be foul.
Blue Jays as a team hitting just over 240 with runners in scoring position. 2 outs, they are under 200.
Jason Nix had a big hit on the first game of the road trip. They had a home run off Irvin Santana for the game winner in a 3-2 win. That came in the 8th inning. Another full count pitch. Bases are loaded. Here comes Girardi, and he's made the call to the pen. So 2 walks in the inning, a run already in. It's a 1-run game. A.J. Burnett will leave this ball game. He has given up 3 runs on 6 hit. The 3 base runners are his responsibility. And he will look for some help. David Robinson will face the top of the order, Yunel Escobar, when we come back. time scoring runs. They came into that game tonight scoring 3.37 runs per game, and they've jumped all over Roy Halladay.
Hard to believe with those offensive players that the Brewers can throw out there.
David Robertson, the right-hander, comes out of the Yankee bullpen, and this is not your ideal situation coming out of the pen. Bases loaded, 1 out.
But he's got the stuff to get out there. Look at that earned run average. He hasn't given up a run this year. 5 1/3 innings. He's got strikeout stuff. Originally, 17th round draft pick out of the University of Alabama. Bases loaded. Joe Girardi asking him to get out of this. And he's got a tough man to face right here. Escobar.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Waved at an outside cutter.
Escobar is hitting .500 this year with runners in scoring position.
Had the green light on the 3-0 pitch last time up and grounded a fielder's choice to the shortstop. They mentioned the Blue Jays are desperate for a big hit. Trailed by a run. Off the end of the bat.
Basically what you'll get from Robertson is fastball with a little cutting action and a good overhand curveball. Throwing harder this year. Ken Singleton was telling me before the game he doesn't know if he's getting older, so he's getting stronger. He's got big league meal money. He's getting stronger that way. But he says he's thrown a lot harder this year.
Up and away. That running fastball tailed off the plate. A little more life on that fastball. He has been a 4-seam fastball curveball pitcher in the past, but looks like he's added a cutter. He sailed away. Escobar has good power to the opposite field. He had an opposite field home run game winner here against Grant Balfour in the first homestand. Off the end of the bat.
He might have been listening to the master of the cutter out in that bullpen for the Yankees. His fastball was pretty straight last year, and he had good numbers, did Robertson. 4.51 save, a 382 earned average.
Mariano Rivera, the future Hall of Famer, has an influence on every pitcher on this team. The Blue Jays, runners in scoring position this season, have hit .243 as a team. Tonight, 2 for 7. They need a hit right here. Escobar behind. A ball and 2 strikes. Off the plate. Boy, they have not shown him anything on the inner part of the plate.
When you throw a cutter from a right-handed pitcher to a right-handed batter in this situation, you're looking for him to get it on the ground. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, open up just a little bit too much, and hit it off the end of the bat.
Popped up over near the Yankee dugout to Shera. Bart, it's into the camera row. Escobar still protecting that outer half of the plate. Travis Snyder is on deck. Bases are loaded. Blue Jays have scored a run here in the 6th, made it a 4-3 game. Two balls and 2 strikes. Got it. Escobar strikes out on a Robertson fastball. We talked about his ability to rack up the strikeouts. That's a big one.
Averages a strikeout an inning, and he goes right after him. Little cut right at the end of that. 92 miles an hour on the other half. Last year, I remember Robertson throwing about 90. Topping out around 90 this year. A little bit more free, a little bit more action on his pitches.
Travis Snyder 0 for 3 against A.J. Burnett. A couple of strikeouts. Curveball for a strike. Jose Bautista would love an opportunity to hit in this inning. 2 outs. Curveball waved. That ball gets away. Patterson made a move toward home. That curveball has been in the dirt all night long, and you have to anticipate sooner or later Robertson's going to bounce another one. Patterson didn't feel it was far enough away from home.
You can take a huge lead because Chavez, the third baseman, is way off the bat. Patterson is actually going back to third base, it looked like, while the pitch was being delivered. Watch Corey Patterson as the pitch is on its way. Just frozen right around the dirt section there.
Got to watch the flight of the ball before it gets to home plate. Read that ball's going to be in the dirt and anticipate it'll get away from the catcher.
He can get way off because the third baseman is way off the bat.
Breaking ball. Snyder gets a piece of it. Stays alive. 0-2. David Robertson out of the bullpen. It's the first man he faces. Yunel Escobar strikes out. Blue Jays have the bases loaded. Got him. Curveball. Russell Martin hangs on to it. David Robertson comes out of the bullpen and strikes out two. A.J. Burnett gets out of the inning. He's in line for the win. Blue Jays strand the bases loaded. Robertson gets Snyder on a curveball. Ontario, July 11th, 12th, and 13th at Center Field Sports. Instructors will include Roberto Alomar, Brian McCray, Dwayne Ward, and Adam Stern. That's Adam Stern's facility there in London, Ontario. Center Field Sports is the largest indoor practice facility in Canada. For more information, log on to bluejays.com/camps and make your reservations. Tough night for Travis Snyder. 3 strikeouts. Mason Frazier jumps ahead of Derek Jeter with a good fastball. Blue Jays have made it a 1-run game. They scored a single run on the RBI double by Edwin Encarnacion. Fastball. Jeter's late. Pops it out of play. John McDonald stays into the game. He came on as a pinch runner for Aaron Hill in the 6th inning. Hill left with an apparent injury. Looked as though he was grabbing the back of his right leg when he got up. We have not been updated on that situation. Frazier ahead of Jeter, 0-2. Pulled it off the plate. Alex Rodriguez not in the lineup He has been out for a couple of days with a strained back and a oblique strain. And I'm sure they're going to wait an extra day to make sure he's okay, as opposed to playing him on this hard artificial surface at Rogers Center.
Yeah, I don't even expect them to DH or anything.
Bouncing ball. Big bounce for the shortstop, Escobar. Guns down. Jeter's out.
It's early in the season. There's no sense making something that they tell us is a minor thing right now, making it worse.
Well, Rodriguez is off to a great start, hitting .385 with 4 homers and 9 RBI. Mark Zebchinski standing by, ready down in the bullpen. Alex Rodriguez got into great shape in the offseason, and it paid off. There's that split finger pitch that worked so effectively for Frazier. Granderson waved at it. Granderson got aboard ahead of Mark Teixeira's 2-run home run back in the 6th. So strike. 1-2. Anderson came to the Yankees in a deal that sent young Austin Jackson to Detroit.
He means so much more to this team, though. The way he goes about his business, the way he plays the game.
Ball is bounced in there. Isn't it funny how guys come to the Yankees and they are either total failures, can't handle the intensity, or else they flourish. Guys become stars. You think about Scott Brocious and Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez that all came to the Yankees and turned their careers around, became icons in New York. Joe Girardi's another one. That ball is hammered to center field. Patterson on the run. This ball is gone. Curtis Granderson with his 5th home run of the season. A solo home run to center field. And the Yankees have regained a 2-run lead.
And I think he is made for Yankee Stadium. With that left-handed swing, he's got that slide uppercut. And he has made adjustments. You see him hold both hands on the bat. That's one of the adjustments. He worked with Kevin Long to stay in that hitting zone a little bit longer and a little bit stronger. Muscles that ball out. Frazier can't believe it left the ballpark. The Yankees are doing what they do best. Hit home runs.
Second home run of the night. Granderson with his 5th. Teixeira hit his 6th. His last time up. (5-3) New York. Oh, 2. Granderson now, since last August 18th, has 19 home runs. That's the 3rd most in the majors since that time. Only Troy Tulowitzki and Jose Bautista have hit more.
You know, and it's not like he wasn't a home run hitter before that, but I think he's a little bit more consistent. Makes better contact. Remember a few years ago when he led the American League in strikeouts? He had a hole in his swing, but right now he looks very compact.
Fastball in on the hands, and Nix, who had moved over in the shift, takes the line drive. 2 outs in the 7th. A.J. Burnett in line for the win. He would improve to 4-0 if the Yankees can hold on. He went 5 1/3. The Blue Jays to 6 hits. Was able to minimize the impact of the 5 base on balls. Jason Frazier will be out of this game. Mark Zebczynski will come in to face Robinson Cano with 2 outs. The Yankees have regained a 2-run lead. We'll be right back here at Rogers Center tomorrow. The pregame show starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time on Sportsnet 1. The Jays will take on the Yankees. It'll be Bartolo Colon for the Bronx Bombers against Brett Cecil, trying to back up his last win at Fenway. John McDonald at second base came on as a pinch runner for Aaron Hill after Hill stole second base in the 6th, and we just got a report that Aaron Hill has a strained right hamstring and is listed as day-to-day. Mark Zebczynski in the ball game to face Robinson Cano.
Here are Zebczynski's numbers. Whip of 0.96. ERA inflated a little bit. His specialty is left on left. Left-handed batters this year have only been able to manage 1 hit against Mark. He's got a tough one up there right now.
Robinson Cano, .311 average. He's extended his hit streak to 10 games. Got a single his last time up. Popped it out of play. Cano 3 for 11 against Zebczynski. He has a double and a home run.
Last year, the Blue Jays won the season series from the Yankees for the first time since 2000. One of the reasons why they really pitched Cano tough. He only hit 152 against them last year. He and A-Rod did not have the best of seasons versus Toronto.
2 big bats in their lineup. If you quiet them down, you certainly have taken a step in the right direction. Alex Rodriguez has always hit the Blue Jays well. Sinking fastball pounded off home plate. Alex Rodriguez has 52 home runs against the Blue Jays. He's only hit more home runs against the Angels and the Orioles.
Those 52 home runs, I think the second most against the Blue Jays. I believe Manny has hit 54.
54 home runs and 687 at bats for Manny Ramirez. A-Rod is second with 52, and then Jose Canseco 41. A lot of power and a lot of at bats. Longevity.
Talent. Good talent.
Full count, 2 outs. Another tapper up the first baseline. That'll go into foul territory.
Seen during the lawn and garden sale, only at Home Hardware and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
25,250 here at Rogers Center tonight for the first of a short 2-game series. Three-2 pitch to Cano. Cut on and missed. That'll end the inning. Cano strikes out. Zipchinski comes out of the bullpen, but the Yankees add a run. Curtis Granderson goes deep to center field. His 5th home run of the season. A 5-3 Yankee lead. That curveball.
Well, tonight he looks like the Gold Glove catcher that we saw when he was with the Dodgers. And at 7, very quick on his feet. He gets down and just blocks the ball. You don't have to catch this, just keep it in front of you. And all night tonight, he has really helped out his starting pitcher, A.J. Burnett, by saving him wild pitches with good quickness and good technique.
There aren't many balls with runners at third base. Corey Patterson had a couple of chances to score on balls in the dirt, but Martin smothered him and kept Patterson at third base. David Robertson struck out the 2 batters he faced to end the 6th. Now it's Jabba Chamberlain. He's the 7th inning guy for Joe Girardi.
Team leading 73 appearances last year for the Yankees, and they have now settled him in with that 7th inning. His 10th appearance already this year. Still has the great fastball, but he says he's a much better pitcher. He understands how to get hitters out now. Still about 93, 94 miles an hour with his fastball, and a strikeout pitch with his slider.
There's that slider for strike 1. Middle of the order, Bautista, Lind, and John McDonald. McDonald taking over for the injured Aaron Hill. Bautista homered in his first at bat off A.J. Burnett. Foul tip. 0-2. Jabba Chamberlain, they experimented with Chamberlain as a starter. Now he is back in what I think to be his proper role, out of the bullpen.
Give me 1 inning and give everything you've got for that 1 inning. They've got a couple of guys like that now on their team. What a job David Robertson did coming out of the pen.
Bautista goes after a breaking ball. Chamberlain strikes out the first batter here in the 7th.
Robertson struck out the only 2 batters he faced with a couple of runners on, and Chamberlain gets the first one he faces. A breaking ball down and away against Bautista.
Chamberlain wants a new baseball. Jabba Chamberlain came up to the Yankees in 2007. Pitched in 19 games and took the town by storm. Coming out of the bullpen in 7th and 8th inning situations, throwing 97, 98 miles an hour.
He was a rock star. Popularity in New York. Good numbers for Adam Lynn versus Chamberlain. They started messing with him then. Closer, setup man, starter, back and forth. The Jabba rules, everybody remembers those.
Curveball up the end of the bat, driven down the left line into the seats. Jabba Chamberlain made it to every level of the Yankee system. 2007, started out in Tampa, went to AA Trenton, AAA Scranton, ended up with the Yankees for the final 19 games of the season and pitched very well. Made 19 appearances, won 2 games, had a save, pitched 24 innings and allowed just 12 hits.
Major League debut was right here in Toronto. As you see Frankie Francisco for the first time this season. We see him just activated off the disabled list this afternoon. Double teamed with Carlos Villanueva.
Third base, Eric Chavez has it, and Lind is retired. 2 outs here in the 7th. Pretty good when you could put a 6-time Gold Glover in at third base for the injured Alex Rodriguez. Chavez looks healthy again. Looks good in the field and good at the plate. John McDonald, his first at bat since coming into the game. He came in as a pinch runner in the 6th. Blue Jays only down by 2. It's a 5-3 game as they bat into the 7th. On the ground, Jeter in the hole, on the run, throws a strike to Teixeira. McDonald is retired. Jeter unloaded in a hurry from the hole at shortstop. Jabba Chamberlain comes out of the bullpen, throws a 1-2-3 7th inning. Get it on the Blue Jays radio network. Jerry Howarth and Alan Ashby, unless you miss a thing. Their pitch for the Blue Jays will be the right-hander Carlos Villanueva. Villanueva has been a real solid relief pitcher for John Farrell.
Yeah, he certainly has. Look at the numbers that Villanueva has thrown up so far this season. 5 games this year. 3 of those games have been multiple inning games. Last time out against Boston. Jojo Reyes, that was on Saturday, pitched into the 4th inning, could not get through that. He gave him 3 good innings coming out of the bullpen.
It'll be Swisher, Chavez, and Posada. Swisher chases a high fastball. Nick Swisher's walked twice and flied to center field. Another high fastball. There's a great indication how velocity doesn't mean everything. 88, 89 mile an hour fastballs, and Villanueva's ahead. He threw them up just out of the zone.
When you can command your off-speed pitch, matter start sitting on that, and your fastball, you can throw it right by him. He has only given up one hit all season long.
That was a home run to Milton Bradley on a changeup. But he has really pitched well. And his ability to pitch to lefties and righties makes him invaluable to John Farrell. You can bring him in at any point of the game. Swisher lays off that good breaking ball. Yankees lead at 5-3. They've hit 2 more home runs tonight. They have 29 on the season. Swisher goes with that pitch and drives it toward the alley in left center. Snyder cuts it off, gets it back to the infield quickly, and Swisher's held to a long single.
He has been on 3 times tonight. A couple of walks, and then a single to left field. You make a mistake, like a changeup that was up. Stays right with it.
Eric Chavez, the third baseman, he's walked twice tonight, scored and hit into a double play. First pitch strike. Ball on a strike to the Yankees third baseman. Checked his swing, the appeal to third. Jim Joyce said no swing. Tampa Bay behind James Shields beat the Chicago White Sox, and John Danks, Baltimore, finally broke out against Minnesota. The Angels, boy, they're on a roll. Lead the Texas Rangers. Kansas City, they're scoring more runs than anybody ever thought they'd score.
Still leading the American League in hitting.
Ball is popped back out of play.
Shutting out Cleveland. Cleveland had tied Colorado with the best record.
Milwaukee beats the Phillies and Roy Halladay 9-0. Florida 6-0 over Pittsburgh.
Josh Johnson.
I know, Mr. Commissioner. He's on your team. Rained out in Chicago. Their delay in St. Louis. Bad weather all throughout the Midwest. How about the Giants jumping on Ubaldo Jimenez, making his first start since opening day, and the Braves will be at Los Angeles later on. Two balls, 2 strikes to Eric Chavez. Swisher at first. Full count. Yankees have scored 5 runs here tonight, as Pat mentioned earlier. They've scored 4 runs or more now 13 times. This is their 15th game. Averaging 5.5 runs a game.
In the 12 games prior, 9-3 when they score at least 4 runs.
There goes Swisher. The ball is popped into left field. Travis Snyder makes the catch. Chavez is retired, 1 down. Chavez is 0 for 2. Curtis Grandis and Mark Teixeira, they have both gone deep. For Teixeira, a 2-run home run in the 6th, his 6th of the season. For Granderson, a solo shot in the 7th, his 5th. That's what the Yankees have done early on. They've hit homers. Lead the majors in home runs. Jorge Posada drove in the first run of the ball game with a single to left. Ball gets away from Molina, but Swisher couldn't see where it was. That's a ball he should have advanced to second on, especially with 1 out. You stay out of that double play.
Stay out of that double play. Just actually just going back to first base when that ball was in the dirt. Posada might not mind it. They've got to hold him on first base. But I'll tell you, I'd rather be hitting with a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, at this point of his career, he wants RBIs. He's driven in 9 now, despite a 163 batting average. Ground ball to Lynn. Good throw to second for 1. Back to first, pitcher covering. He gets the tag of the bag. He kicked at it late, but Posada was running, and Villanueva gets the double play to get out of the inning. Blue Jays trail by 2. Let's check in with Jamie and Greg. After Jabba Chamberlain had a 1-2-3 7th inning, Soriano on to make his 8th appearance of the season.
What a nice pickup for the New York Yankees. They didn't get Carl Crawford. They did not get Cliff Lee. And everybody said, well, we'll settle for Rafael Soriano. But you can see what Brian Cashman's trying to do here. He's trying to build his bullpen, the back end of his bullpen, to give his offense a chance. You score early, then you've got to beat 3 closers, and this is the second one of them. Rafael Soriano throws hard. Good fastball, good slider. He was with the Tampa Bay Rays last year and led the league in saves with 45. What a luxury it is to have that man in front of Mariano Rivera.
45 saves and 48 opportunities for Tampa Bay. Jose Molina will try to get things going here in the 8th. The Blue Jays are down to just 2 extra players now, with McDonald in the game, J.P. Arancibia and Juan Rivera. They've been playing with a short bench. They now have 9 relievers in their pen in a 4-man rotation. That will change with the addition of Brandon Morrow. And John Farrell says, ideally, I'd like to get back to 7 relievers and get that extra position player on the bench. Ball on a strike. Went after that inside fastball.
Blue Jays have had a lot of roster changes the first couple of weeks of the season.
A little bit of everything.
Yep.
Minor injuries, disabling injuries. Rajai Davis scheduled to go out on rehab later on this week. Going back to spring training, Brandon Morrow put on a disabled list. He will be activated over the weekend, more than likely pitching against Tampa Bay. Scott Podsednik is close to being assigned to Las Vegas for a rehab assignment. The speedy outfielder is coming back from a foot injury. A ball and 2 strikes. Pop, center of the diamond. Granderson coming in. 1 out. Blue Jays have struck out 9 times again here tonight. And it has been a weak spot lately. They averaged 8.5 strikeouts per game on the 10-game road trip. Had 85 strikeouts in 10 games. Corey Patterson doubled and walked. Up and away. Soriano signed here knowing full well that Mariano Rivera is the closer, and Rivera has signed a 2-year contract, so you expect him to close for the next 2 years.
Soriano signed for 3 years.
Pulled into the seats.
He was the Sporting News AL Rookie Pitcher of the Year in 2003. He is now in front of Rivera. He made the All-Star team last year. Very deliberate on the mound. Never know what you're going to get from Soriano. It doesn't show you anything except good stuff.
Nelson Martin held it for the umpire. Ron Copeland gave him a long look. He thought that was a strike at the knees. Two balls and a strike. Patterson trying to get something going. 3-1. Edwin Encarnacion is on deck. He's had a good night. A couple of hits and an RBI. He's got the power to tie it up if Patterson can get aboard.
That's a big one right there. Get that tying run to the plate. That's all you ask for late in a ball game.
Another bouncing ball foul. Well, early on, the Blue Jays leaned heavily on the home run in their first homestand. The 6 games of the homestand, they hit 9 home runs. Then they went on the road trip and the home runs evaporated. Corey Patterson hit one of the 4 home runs they hit on the road. There's the walk. So that will get the potential tying run to the plate.
Good matchup here. Soriano will challenge you with fastballs, and Encarnacion can turn around a fastball. It'll be tough, though. Soriano over the last couple of years, opponent's batting average just 180 against him. Looks like he's had a little bit of a cut to his fastball this year. Maybe the influence again of Mariano Rivera.
Just by osmosis, everybody's fastball cuts once you get in the bullpen of the Yankees. 1 on, 1 out. Encarnacion. There's that little wrinkle for a strike. Soriano started out in the Mariners organization. Came up with Seattle in 2002. They made 8 starts for Seattle. Encarnacion fights it off and fouls it back. Soriano went from the Mariners to the Atlanta Braves for left-handed pitcher Horacio Ramirez in the offseason of 2006. Pulled foul, fighting to stay alive. Soriano really didn't come into his own until 2009 as the closer in Atlanta. Picked up 27 saves there for Bobby Cox, and then last year 45. The league leader in the American League. Good rip by Encarnacion. He was all over that ball.
It's almost like he knew it was coming. He might have been able to sense. Watch Russell Martin behind him get up, running that fastball up. It's almost like he could sense Martin wheeling that ball high in the strike zone.
0-2. There goes Patterson. Pulled foul. Corey Patterson had a good break at first base, but with 2 strikes, Encarnacion has to protect the zone. Fouled it off.
Nothing you can do there. You were mentioning that season, that 1 year he spent in Atlanta, where he came into his own. Strikeout pitcher. 27 saves, but he also had over 100 strikeouts coming out of the pen.
The Yankees have only allowed 2 home runs out of their bullpen. And you can see the quality arms. We've seen Robertson, Chamberlain, and now Soriano. 0-2, 1 out. Strike 3 call. Inside fastball. Encarnacion didn't agree with Ron Copa. He had a pretty good look at the previous inside fastball, and he will reluctantly go back to the dugout.
He had a pitch that backed up on him earlier in the game for a strikeout that was up and in, and you can see from our pitch tracks that looked like that one was high and inside. Edwin has an argument.
Jason Nix with 2 outs. Nix has walked twice and struck out. It's a breaking ball that missed down and away.
Sit on that fastball right here. Soriano only gave up 4 home runs last year in those 48 outings.
There goes Patterson. Nix fouls it back. Good fastball. Had a good rip at it. Patterson had a good jump at first, but he will return. Robertson came on in the 6th inning in relief of A.J. Burnett. Struck out the 2 batters he faced. Jobber Chamberlain worked a 1-2-3 7th. Now Soriano was on in the 8th. This is the formula that they drew up. Get your starter into the 6th, hopefully the 7th, but then you get into the 7th, you're seeing some pretty good arms.
If I can't get the best free agent starter, let's see if I can build something at the back end of the bullpen.
You mentioned the experience they have, and Kevin Millwood is a starter that's down in the minor leagues. He pitched 7 innings of 1-hit ball in Double-A, and his next start more than likely will be at Triple-A on Friday. So he's getting close if they decide they need another arm in the rotation. Carlos Silva is also in the minor league system.
He is down in Tampa trying to get in shape. They put him on a workout.
Well, and the thing that's attractive about Silva is the Yankee pitching coach, Larry Rothschild, had him with the Cubs. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Patterson on the move. Ball is up and away. Throw to second base. Not in time. Patterson steals it, his 3rd steal of the season. He had lots of practice getting a jump against Soriano.
Almost got a running jump against Rafael Soriano. Ball floated a little bit on the second baseman Robinson Cano, so he tries to grab it and swipe tag Patterson. All in one motion, but misses it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Fastball is popped up. Mark Teixeira calls for it, drifts into foul ground. And Nix is retired. Soriano walks a batter, but strands him at second base. We'll go to the ninth. The Yankees lead by 2. Another first, only from Rogers.
Blue Jays had crept within 1 run of the Yankees, and then in the 7th inning against Jason Frazier, Curtis Granderson goes long ball, right center field, his 5th home run of the year to make it 5-3. That's where we stand right now. Just a 2-run game as we head to the 9th inning.
And you look ahead to the Blue Jays, 9th inning. The Escobar, Snyder, and Bautista. Sean Camp comes out of the bullpen. As Villanueva had a good inning of work, gave up a hit, got a double play to get out of the inning. So Camp will deal with 8, 9, and 1 in the Yankee lineup.
That's why it's important right now to hold the Yankees here and take your chances in the bottom of the 9th.
Russell Martin, the Yankee catcher, will lead things off against Sean Camp. First pitch strike. Camp last pitched on Sunday. Came on in the 8th inning, or 2/3 of an inning. Charged with 2 runs. He's ahead of Martin, 0-2. Camp got off to a terrific start to his season and then may have worn down a bit as he had to pitch a lot. Starters weren't going into a ball game. Now an opportunity to regroup.
First 12 games of the season, Camp made 7 appearances, entering 6 of those in the 8th inning and 1 in extra innings. Pitch efficiency has been the thing that Sean Camp has been really good at this year.
Ahead of Martin, 1-2. On the ground, Nix at third. Gets to his feet, goes his strike. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell.
Left fielder, number 11, Gardner.
Boy, the Twins are going through a tough time. Carl Pavano started that game against Jake Arrieta. Minnesota now 6-11.
They are having a lot of trouble scoring runs, and you can see why. Just look at their lineup.
Two big bats out of the order. Mauer's on the disabled list. Morneau is still not healthy enough to play. Brett Gardner makes the first pitch strike. Gardner is 0 for 3, and he was caught stealing. Gardner's average has slipped to 130. Bouncing ball. McDonald at second. 2 outs.
Talk about pitch efficiency when Sean Camp comes into the game. That's what he's known for. Don't show him a whole lot. Pound the bottom part of that strike zone and get a lot of ground ball outs.
Twice this year he's come into the ball game with double play situations in order and thrown one pitch and got the double play. Back to the top of the order, Derek Jeter. 1 for 4 tonight, singled in his first at bat. .2,940 career hits for Jeter. Goes after the first pitch.
283 of them against the Blue Jays. The most versus any opponent.
He is now 3 hits behind the Hall of Famer Frank Robinson on the all-time hits leaderboard. Went too far. Hard to imagine the Yankees don't have a franchise player with 3,000 hits.
All the great stars that they have had over the years. Great hitters. Babe Ruth, though, started late. He was a pitcher when he first came up. Mickey Mantle ended his career early with injuries.
0-2 sweeper outside. There have been 27 players have reached the 3,000 hit club. 4 of them have played with the Yankees. Winfield, Wade Boggs, Ricky Henderson, and Paul Wainer. And Jeter will be the 5th. Blue Jays trying to keep it a 2-run game. Jose Bautista will bat in the bottom of the 9th.
Derek Jeter, when it's all said and done, he's going to be holding a lot of all-time franchise records. He is second now in games, 5th in average, 3rd in runs. There are the hits. He's already got that. And he'll probably have that number 2 put out in Monument Park.
Bounce to 3rd. Big hop for Nix. Jeter's retired. Sean Kemp does his job. A 1-2-3 9th inning. It'll be top of the order. Escobar, Snyder, and Bautista. Blue Jays down by 2. at 17 and a third scoreless inning, has 14 saves. He already has 7 saves, and this is the earliest in his career he's recorded 7 saves.
That 7th save was against the Texas Rangers on Sunday night. Needed 16 pitches, 10 of them for strikes. And he does it basically with one pitch, the cutter. And it's outstanding. He has been doing it for a long, long time. We had no walks, 7 strikeouts this season.
Jose Bautista puts his batting gloves on. He will get a chance to bat in the 9th inning. He would love to come to the plate with a man on. Mariano, at 41 years old, has surpassed Jim Cott as the oldest pitcher in Yankee history to record a save. He's had big numbers against the Blue Jays. Base runner is essential. Yunel Escobar has been on once on a fielder's choice. First pitch ball. There's no scouting report involved in Mariano Rivera. He throws you a cut fastball. You just have to guess, is it inside or outside?
That's right. To a right-hander, for the most part, it is outside. But I saw him the other night lock up a very good hitter, and Ian Kinsler, on an inside 3-2 cutter. Totally locked him up.
Yeah, he has done that very effectively. Throw that front door cutter. And I think that's causing a lot of pitchers problems because everybody thinks they can do it when they see Mariano do it. 1-1 to Escobar. Just off the plate outside. Boy, they have really worked Escobar away all night long. Travis Snyder on deck. It's a tough night. 3 strikeouts, 0 for 4. 2 balls and a strike to Escobar. Driven to center field, and Granderson was shallow. This ball is off the wall. Escobar around first. He will stop at second, and there's that base runner they needed.
Get him on and get a chance. When you're down by a couple of runs in the 9th inning, you said they were pitching him away when Rivera misses his spot. This one is right down Broadway. He wanted it down and away. Kept it over the middle of the plate, and it's scorched to center field by Escobar. Watch the reaction from Rivera. He knows he misses his spot. He's just hoping it stays in the ballpark.
Boy, he knew immediately when he threw that he had too much of the plate, and Escobar jumped all over it. Second double of the season, Travis Snyder. It's a ground ball to second. Cano has to come after it. Snyder slides, and he is out at first base. On the plate, Escobar moves to third.
You know, that's what that cut fastball can do to a left-hander. Just gets all in your kitchen. You think it's going to be on the sweet spot. And watch how this ball just buries on the inside part of the plate. Can't get the head out.
Right in on the barrel of that bat.
Cano was playing deep and had to come in quickly. And he just gets Snyder at first.
Well, this will be an interesting matchup. Bautista with a home run. He's walked and scored. Escobar at third, 1 out. Bautista is 0 for 4 against Rivera. How aggressive do they pitch him? Set up off the plate.
With runners on base, they haven't been very aggressive this year against Bautista. They basically pitched around it.
Just off the plate, Bautista's done a heck of a job of showing extreme patience. Rivera's not going to give him anything to hit. He's not going to throw him that front door cutter.
We might have a tie game if he tries it.
2-0. 3-0.
Normally I would say green light, but you know what's going to happen here.
It's going to be off the plate.
It's going to be off the plate, just hoping that Bautista would swing at him.
Way off the plate. Escobar will score on this ball. It's a 1-run game.
Rivera, not wanting to throw anything close to Bautista, threw it in the dirt, and Martin couldn't handle it.
He's been blocking it all night long. First for A.J. Burnett, and now this time he can't backhand that cutter in the dirt. And then he can't find it. And Escobar breaks as soon as he sees it in the dirt and scores easily.
Escobar got a great read on the ball off the glove of Russell Martin, and it's a 5-4 game.
Bautista at first, 1 out. Adam Lynn at the plate.
Cutter in, look for it, and try to hook one time. Take one shot at ripping the ball down in that corner.
Bautista inching off at first.
First pitch straight. Left-handers really have to cheat to get to that inside cutter. By that, you open up the front side, just guess with him and try to keep it fair.
That's what I mean. One time, take one shot to try and rip one by Teixeira.
Coming into this game tonight, the Blue Jays are roster against Rivera 7 for 61. That's a 115 average with 1 home run. There's always a first time.
That's right.
Another cutter, this time pulled foul, 0-2.
Tough to keep it fair when it's coming in that hard.
Rivera's made one mistake already this inning, trying to get the ball away from Escobar and left it out over the plate. Rivera ahead of Lynn, 0-2. 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. Fighting it off. It's remarkable. One pitch, 91 miles an hour, can be so difficult. McDonald is on deck. He came into the game as a pinch runner back in the 6th. You know it's coming. You try to stay patient and calm and get the barrel on it, but it just has that late movement.
I don't think it's as hard as it was, say, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. But he's just got great control with it. In and out.
Tried to catch the outside corner that time.
90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it used to be 94, 95 consistently. He's dropped a few miles an hour, but he hasn't lacked the command. One and two. The ball was out over the plate a bit.
Yep.
Got the barrel to it. The thing that is so challenging for hitters is Rivera's smooth delivery. It almost lulls you to sleep. There's no power coming at you like a Jabba Chamberlain or even like Soriano. It's just kind of a very smooth delivery and a ball that explodes out of his hand. Another 1-2 pitch. Into center field. Bautista makes a good turn around second. He'll go to third. Lynn delivers with 1 out. The tying run is at third base.
The outfielders have to play deep with Adam Lynn at the plate. He's the go-ahead run, so they've got to cut off any ball that's in the gap. Bautista reads it as soon as it goes off the bat. He reads that Granderson, the center fielder, has got to go a long way. First of all, make sure it gets down, and then reads that Granderson's got a long way to go, taking his momentum away from third base, and he's playing very deep, so he makes it easily in the third. And that sets up a whole lot of options now.
First and third, 1 out. McDonald Grounded to short against Chamberlain in the 7th. Bautista, an exceptional base runner at third. McDonald can handle the bat. Squares to bunt, pushes it up the first baseline. It's a fair ball. It's a tie game.
That was the safety squeeze that the Blue Jays put on. You square, you get it down, and if it's a good bunt, the runner at third base can go. It didn't look like the suicide squeeze where you take off on the pitch. You read it, John McDonald, one of the best bunters on the team, perfectly lays it down. Watch him square. He knows the cutter's coming. It's up. A tough pitch to bunt and get down on the ground. Bautista reads it, and he's going to score ahead of the throw by Teixeira.
Great base running. Base hit for McDonald. It's a tie game. Molina goes after the first pitch. Great timing on this play. Bautista walks with the pitch, and once he sees it on the ground, and he slides to the outside of home plate. Blue Jays have scored 2 here in the 9th to tie it. The winning runs at second.
And now with Lynn, the winning run, look how shallow the outfield is now. We showed you how they were when Adam was hitting very deep, trying to cut everything off. Now he's the winning run. He's at second base, and they're going to pull in John Farrell, hoping for something to the outfield.
0-2. Popped out of play. Granderson throws very well from left. Excuse me, Gardner. Granderson is in center. He's an average thrower, but he's shallow. Nick Swisher throws average as well, but Gardner has the best arm in left.
Yeah. A lot of outfield assists last year for Gardner. So Adam Lynn has got to be able to recognize a ball to the outfield. Another cutter away. That time right off the face mask of Russell Martin.
Mariano Rivera, his first blown save of the season. He was perfect 7 for 7. Another 0-2 pitch. Molina stays alive. Molina's been on the receiving end of this Rivera cutter. He knows it well.
He knows what he likes to do with it in situations. In his career, 0 for 4 against Rivera.
Base hit left field. Lynn's going to be stopped at third. Gardner got to it quickly, and we mentioned he's got a good arm.
He's got a good arm. He was playing shallow, and the ball got to him quickly. Molina with the base hit. You've got to be absolutely sure. If he has to move left to right, maybe you have a chance. But this is right at him. He charges quickly, gets into throwing position quickly. Look where it is, right on the target. Now that sets up some more options.
And because of that, there's a Yankee meeting going on as you see Brian Butterfield way down the line to make sure Lynn sees him. The bases are loaded. Larry Rothschild is out to talk strategy in this situation. Mariano Rivera has given up 4 hits in this inning. That matches his season total. Coming into this game, he'd allowed just 4 hits and 8 in the 3rd inning. The Blue Jays have gotten to it. Corey Patterson will be the batter.
Infield's going to come in. Outfield has to come in also. There are the career numbers for Patterson, 2 for 6 in his career against Mariano Rivera. The outfield has to position themselves for any line drive that they have to be there to be able to catch it.
Mariano Rivera blew a save against the Jays last 4th of July. Patterson was after a high pitch. That's the one you can drive to the outfield. The outfield is very shallow. The infield drawn in. The winning run just 90 feet away. Popped it up over near the seats to Scherer. Gives it a look, but it's well out of play. 0-2. Escobar started the ninth with a double off the wall to center. Snyder grounded out. Bautista walked, and then Adam Lynn had a base hit. And John McDonald, with a safety squeeze, tied it up. Third base, step on the bag, over to first, double play. That'll end the ninth inning, but the Blue Jays scored 2 in the ninth to tie it at 5-all. Eric Chavez gets Mariano Rivera out of the mess, but the Blue Jays have tied it. We'll go to the 10th. McDonald came into the ball game in 06, and he ties it up with a terrific safety squeeze.
This is a tough ball to get down on the ground. It's a high cutter. Pitcher is taught when he sees him squaring around like that to throw it up. You might bump through it or pop it up. He gets on top of it, helps the ball club, ties it up with that single. We all know about his glove, but it's the other little things that McDonald helps the ball club. John Roush into the game now with a tie score. You're at home. 7 games this year. He's pitched 6 2/3 innings, given up 6 hits. John Farrell said that John Roush is still his closer, even with Francisco on the roster now.
Got a lot of confidence in John Roush's ability to throw strikes, and it's a big part of the Yankee lineup. 2, 3, and 4. Granderson, Teixeira, and Cano to bat here in the 10th against Big John Roush. Frank Francisco is active. He's in the bullpen. He is available to pitch in this game. Curtis Granderson's had a good game. 2 for 4. He's homered, scored twice. Roush continues to pound the strike zone. He is a strike throwing machine.
Comes right after him with a fastball. A little bit of a breaking ball, and he's added a changeup this year.
Cut fastball down and in. Anderson's only faced Roush once. He flied out. He's 0 for 1. Pulled foul. The Jays hung in there. Added 2 runs in the ninth to tie it. The Yankees had their bullpen set up exactly the way they wanted it. Ground ball, foul at first. Joe Girardi marched his relievers out of the bullpen almost on cue. David Robertson came out, 2 strikeouts in the 6th. Chamberlain had a 1-2-3-7. Soriano walked the batter but got out of the 8th. And then Mariano Rivera.
So now what do you do?
Well, Rivera is not going to go back out for another inning. You wouldn't think, unless the Yankees score one, maybe they'll ask him to get an early season 2-inning appearance.
Something that they've tried to stay away from with Rivera.
Anderson out in front of this ball, but it's well fouled. Ball is lifted into center field. Corey Patterson has plenty of room. Granderson is retired. Now the Blue Jays bullpen, Mark Zepchinski came out into the 7th and struck out Robinson Cano to end that inning. And Carlos Villanueva, just like he's done all year long, faced just 3 batters. Gave up a base hit, but got a double play. And then how about Sean Kemp? 3 up, 3 down. 3 ground ball outs.
Mark Teixeira has had his way with John Roush. He's only faced him 6 times. He's got 4 knocks against him. Big shift with Teixeira at the plate. You can see John McDonald in short right field. That's Jason Nick standing next to him, which would be straightaway second base.
Two balls and no strikes. Just missed up and away. Roush thought he'd made a good pitch.
Got the electric, and it's outside. 90 miles an hour, and that's outside the strike zone. 3-0 now to Teixeira. Walked him.
A 1-out walk to Mark Teixeira. Robinson Cano will bat against John Roush. Blue Jays are playing in their 3rd extra inning game of the season. They won their only other extra inning game here against Oakland on a Yunel Escobar 2-run home run in the 10th.
They should have won that 14-inning game in Anaheim. It looked like they did when a throw pulled the first baseman off the bag, but they called interference on the base runner. They would eventually lose it. Escobar was the runner going from 2nd to 3rd.
Took a run off the board. Robinson Cano cuts on the first pitch and pops it down the right field line. Bautista coming over and can't get to it.
Well, we were asking, what do you do now?
Ivan Nova is warming up.
Nova is a starter for the Yankees.
Made 3 starts already this season. He's in the rotation. Yankees had an off day yesterday. They will have an off day on Thursday. Bouncing ball to second. McDonald comes after it, goes off his chest, recovers in time to get Cano. He stayed with it, got a tricky hop. It bounced off his body. He had second base on his mind.
And that's why he attacked this ground ball. Watch, he sees the pitch, sees where the ball's hit, and the only way to turn 2 is to aggressively go after that ball. But it takes a tricky hop on him right there. He tries to smother it. He can't, so he barehands it and gets the out over at first base. If he lays back on that ball, they only get 1 out anyway.
Yeah, if he comes with that ball, comes with it clean, then he gets the lead runner at second. So now the go-ahead run is at second base in the person of Mark Teixeira. Nick Swisher singled his last time up into center field. Roush pushes him back with a cutter. 5-5 game, top of the ninth inning. Blue Jays scored 2 in the bottom of the ninth off Mariano Rivera to tie it. Two and 0. Rivera will be charged with his first blown save of the season. He was 7 for 7 before entering the ninth. There's a strike.
He had a streak of 25 in a row at one time versus the Blue Jays. 25 consecutive saves.
He's converted 43 of 49 against the Blue Jays. Two and 2. 2 down. 1 on, 2 outs. Missed. So it'll be a full count pitch to Nick Swisher. A base open. 2 outs.
Trying to keep the ball inside. He singled to left field off of Villanueva on a ball away from him. He has faced John Roush just one time in his career and gotten a base hit off of him.
Fouled out of play.
That one base hit was a long one.
Hit a home run off of John Roush in his only other at bat. Eric Chavez is on deck. He started that 5-3 double play that ended the bottom of the ninth inning. Another full count pitch. Fisher takes the walk. Third walk he has been issued here tonight. See John Roush not in total agreement with the strike zone. Third baseman Eric Chavez. First and second, 2 outs, 5-5 game. First pitch strike. Boy, Roush doesn't throw many pitches over the heart of the plate.
Well, he certainly doesn't. He can paint that outside corner versus left-hander. Rush it inside if you need to. Chavez came up with a big base hit for the Yankees on Sunday against Texas.
Skies this to right field. Bautista has a beat on it. Blue Jays get out of the 10th. John Roush strands a couple, but the Blue Jays have a chance to win it. It'll be 8-9-1 when the Blue Jays bat when we come back. action begins with a pregame show at 6:30 p.m., 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. It'll be on Sportsnet 1. Jays will take on the Yankees. It will be Brett Cecil for the Blue Jays against Bartolo Colon for the New York Yankees. Ivan Nova, starter, will come on in relief. The Yankees had yesterday off. They'll play a 2-game series. They'll have tomorrow off, so Joe Girardi's got some flexibility in his rotation.
Ivan Nova made his first major league start here at Rogers Center back on August the 23rd. So far this year in 3 games, you can see the numbers have not been very good. 17 hits in 14 2/3 innings for Nova. Problem has been walks. 9 walks and 9 strikeouts. He has a good arm. Batters hitting .293 against him. But he has been victimized by a lot of hits and a lot of walks in his 3 starts. So the Blue Jays have to be very patient with him.
You mentioned his major league debut last August 23rd. Jose Bautista hit a home run. You remember that's when Nova threw a ball up and in, and Bautista and Nova jawed at one another, and then Bautista hit a home run. Bautista would later on win that game with a home run off David Robinson in the 8th. Edwin Encarnacion has had a good night at the plate. Breaking ball up to him. Edwin with a single and a double and an RBI.
First pitch breaking ball. Backs Encarnacion off the plate.
He is loaded up on that back leg. Thinking about doing some damage. Big cut, fouled straight back. Encarnacion hasn't hit a homer yet.
Be patient. He'll give you a fastball. Make sure it's in the strike zone.
On the ground, base hit left field. The winning run is on base.
Gives up a lot of hits, a lot of walks. 2-1. He's got to challenge him with a fastball with Eric Chavez, the third baseman, on the line. Playing no doubles. Encarnacion knocks one by him.
Number 9 hitter Jason Nix. Couple of walks. He's 0 for 2. Chavez in at third. Time is called by Nix. He's gotten something in his eye. Blue Jays used a bunt in the 9th. A safety squeeze by John McDonald. That tied it at 5-all.
They have shown that they will use any means to try and scratch away a run. Last year, just 16 sacrifice bunts by the Blue Jays last year. By far the worst total in the major leagues. They have used the sacrifice bunt a lot this year.
Pull just foul. John Farrell always thinking about the options in these situations. Starting the runner, creating some movement on the infield, trying to stay out of the double play and get that base runner to second base. 0-1 to Nix. Showing bunt, pulls the bat back, takes his strike. 0-2.
You can see from the reaction from manager John Farrell, he wanted him to get that ball down. That was a good pitch. The breaking ball, just get on top of it and get it on the ground.
Nix in a hole, 0-2. Curveball missed down and away. The Blue Jays have hung in there. The Yankees have pounded out home runs here again tonight. 2 more home runs. but the Blue Jays bullpen shut them down in the 8th and 9th. High breaking ball. 2-2.
This is where Nova wants to make it happen right here. He doesn't want to go 3-2 where they might start the runner.
You've got to believe that he's going to come with a fastball in this situation. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball driven to right. Swisher on the run. This ball is hanging up. Encarnacion is all the way around second. He retraces his steps and gets back. That was the right idea for Encarnacion. Take a shot. If Swisher doesn't make that play, he scores.
That's how you run the bases at first base. A long drive into the gap. You got to go hard. He went around second base. Watch him read this ball, and he's going to go hard. And then notices that Swisher catches it, and he gets back. You have to be aggressive. You have to assume that that ball's over his head. You just read it. Swisher made a good play, good break on that ball.
Yunel Escobar, the leadoff double in the 9th. He scored on a wild pitch. Escobar had a home run off Grant Balfour in the 10th in the first homestand. A walk-off 2-run home run.
He's had a little success against Nova also, 2 for 3 in his career.
One out, bottom of the 10th, the winning run at first base. Edwin Encarnacion with his 3rd hit of the night.
Does not have a very big lead over at first base, but I think the reputation of the Blue Jays is getting around. Nova trying to keep him close over at first.
Center field, Granderson back. He's got room. He's on the track, and he'll haul it in. Escobar is retired. 2 drives to the warning track here in the 10th.
And that's going to bring Larry Rothschild out of the dugout for the Yankees. About 750 feet worth of outs over the last couple of batters.
Travis Snyder, left-handed hitter, is due up.
Talking over what they want to do with Snyder. He's faced him 3 times in his career, and he's given up a home run to him. Been a rough night for Travis. He can make it all worthwhile with a big hit right here.
The beauty of baseball. You can have a terrible night, get 1 hit, and be a hero. Snyder 0 for 5. 2 outs. The outfield is deep. Down and in.
Looking to get a ball up, and he can split The right fielder and the center fielder on a line.
Driven, that'll split the outfielders. That'll go all the way to the wall. Encarnacion around second. Here he comes around third. He's waved home. Jeter will not have a play. And Snyder wins it.
The prettiest 1-for-6 you'll ever see.
He had struck out 3 times and had a couple of ground outs. But you said it, the beauty of baseball, you could still win it, and he does. 1-0 fastball right in the happy zone, and he crushes it to right field. It'll go as a double and a game winner as Encarnacion circles the bases, and watch Travis Snyder.
Encarnacion knew this ball was going to get down safely, and he had one thing on his mind, and that's scoring all the way from first. Granderson's throw to Jeter. One hops him. He knows he doesn't have a shot, and the Blue Jays win it in the 10th.
The ball hit right off the top of the wall on a bounce and stayed in the ballpark. As soon as that happened, no chance to get Encarnacion with 2 outs, going hard all the way.
6th inning, Travis Snyder facing David Robertson. A frustrating night for Snyder. That was his 3rd strikeout in his 4th at bat, and then he got a chance to redeem himself. It comes through in the 10th. 1 hit in 6 at-bats, but it's the biggest hit of the night as Travis Snyder hits a walk-off double to the wall in center field. The Blue Jays win it 6-5. Stay tuned. Jamie and Greg will break it all down.